no, we're still within parameters. I was actually ready to go. I put out the tweet a little early, but not as early as I was intending. I was sitting on it for a while. I had a game installing, and apparently it stopped Stellaris from opening. I'm assuming that's probably because it's on my hard drive. So I suspect for similar reasons, it's taking a little longer to get up and running. I might also have some frame drops according to OBS, but I always know just because it reports drops to me doesn't mean that people are actually experiencing them. So, but we will steer the ship to port, and we'll be ready to do some more. All right, here we go. My back's against the wall a little bit on streaming this week. So usual Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be here. Obviously it's Monday, so we're doing Stellaris. Wednesday should be back on track for Cultist Simulator. By the way, for those of you who are following Weather Factory and check out have signed up to the mailing list, they have shared the preview for the Book of Hours Kickstarter. That will be coming out a little over a month from now, if memory serves. I believe they're scheduled to go live on September 3rd. But obviously, I am already very favorably disposed towards Weather Factory, and I'm really interested in the Book of Hours. But with that in mind, I know everything that you folks know. There's really, we've got the tweet, we've got a few pitches, but everything that we've seen have sort of been these little previews from the different, from the Weather Factory team. So to sort of see the sales document, as it were, all in one place, and some of the ideas behind it, I don't know, as far as I'm concerned, I definitely had this renewed enthusiasm for the game. Not that it ever really wavered, but I just have I've got a level of excitement for the game that I hadn't hit before, because I wasn't 100% sure what it would be like. So just something to keep in mind if you are one of those Weather Factory types. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, the person who wrote the Horizon Signal DLC for Stellaris co-founded a studio called Weather Factory. They made a game called Cultist Simulator, and there is their follow-up game, which is going to be seeking financing in September. So, but we'll talk about that a little bit later, probably on Occultist Day. So again, we're back on track for Cultist Simulator for Wednesday, and then Friday, I'm still not sure what I'm going to play. There's lots of options. I'd say Imperator, Darkest Dungeon, and Night Team 4 are probably my three biggest priorities, but I also know that that's so odd. I also remember I left on this cliffhanger for everyone to see, so I am going to filibuster for a little while. So yeah, apparently this blue is not just a bug in it's not like a bug in the particular session that I was playing. I should probably put this on the forum somewhere. Or maybe I'll just clip this. Anyways. So we're at the Howling Vortex. We've got the L-Gate event, which will trigger in just a minute. And it goes blue past a certain threshold. Okay. Anyways, there was something else that I was meaning to say. Oh yeah, so reason my back against the wall in terms of scheduling, there's all the outside of casting things that I want to do still, and more is getting added to that list every day, and I'm making better progress than I was sort of bringing those to heel, but it's still a little bit of a struggle. And then on top of that, I have some VODs to record, so I did not have a chance over the weekend, except at about, I think, midnight yesterday, and like I had already wanted to be in bed. to record a new Elder Scrolls episode. So I'm going to do my absolute best to have that online tomorrow. But I'm essentially going to be recording it as soon as I hit stop streaming here. So if I end a little bit earlier, it is specifically so that I can have some material for tomorrow. And then, depending on how Tuesday goes, I will try to get a Surviving Mars stream out, because at the very least I can do one every other Thursday. But again, if Elder Scrolls doesn't happen, it's a little hard to see Surviving Mars happening as well. Anyways, let's quickly review where we're at. Obviously, I titled the thing Space Dwarves and the Military-Industrial Complex, but that's not the only consideration we have right now. We are about to open the L gates. We have 1 day before that job is finished. We are in a weird position. So the Angaj Nation is currently at war with the Sondrithian. There is a little bit of an argument for me to try and nibble off, like a choke point like here, but I also want to get to Aculum. So there's a big decision that I need to make in terms of, how much I want to commit towards, actually expanding. And of course, more importantly, we're about to open up the L cluster, which means, of course, that I want to gain some territory inside there. So right now, I'm going to be hanging on to my influence. I could, in theory, boost up my influence by maybe canceling a defensive pact, or at the very least, getting rid of some things like commercial pacts and whatnot. But that would come at a fairly high cost to me, I think. So we'll keep those in place. The priority is still, as always, trying to churn out as many ships as I can for the Navy. I should probably get back on track in terms of spending on all of these ships. I also want to drop some colony ships when I can. I believe we are already colonizing. No, that one's done. We definitely had a colony ship running somewhere. Maybe we did actually finish it. Oh, nope, that's here. Right, we did finish that at the end of the last cast. So here seems like a great opportunity to get another colonization ship done. And what else? So we might start getting some food problems down the road. As before, my aim here really is to break even on consumer goods, maximize my alloys, break even on food, although it certainly wouldn't hurt to boost the population of some of these new colonies. In fact, I should probably do that right now. I might consider doing this on a few other worlds as well, but we'll leave it with there right now. Now, there are some benefits towards consumer goods. If I wanted, for instance, on a system like Old Albania, maybe I just want people to be happier and I'll distribute luxury goods. That's not really quite where I want to go with all of this, though. So we'll leave this here for now. We're also in a process of sort of reorganizing some of my industry. So right now this is an agri world. We are eventually going to be able to get more out of these alloy foundries. Actually, we're drowning in moats right now. I'm kind of tempted to do some more upgrades on things like these strongholds and such, but I'm going to hold off for now. But essentially, I'm this is an industrial world. I'm perfectly happy with the way this is set up right now. This is going to become a forge world, and basically the idea is that I sort of have these. I've got these colonies in a box, is kind of what I wind up calling them. So the standard pattern, let's say, is here. So we've got planetary administration, bureaucratic complex, heritage site, alloys, consumer goods, one research, and then usually I add some of the intermediate buildings like military academies and whatnot. Now, Kabji Prime is going to become a very tech-centric sort of sector when the time comes. I am eventually going to need to downgrade these civilian fabricators in favor of boosting or shifting over some of the population in some of these others. Actually, you know what? In its current form, I'm actually going to... This doesn't make a ton of sense for me to do this because... No, actually it does, because it'll just free up that labor to do something more productive. So I'm actually going to downgrade this one. It's a little bit of a shame to do that just because it does mean that I'm not going to be enjoying the surplus of consumer goods that I have. But what it does mean is that I'm going to be able to invest a little bit more in terms of this civilian production. And of course, we've got the Ministry of Production coming up as well. So essentially what I'm trying to do here is just realign my production so that I have more specialist worlds. But not the important thing to keep in mind here is that it's not... it's a gradual process. So I want to make sure that my worlds are sort of self-sufficient to begin with, and we take targets of opportunity. So for instance, Tybor is eventually going to become a refinery world where I start doing things like building more, building more exotic gases, which we currently have a deficit of. This is currently listed as an agro world. I suppose it's because I might be a little worried about my food supply. I might actually wind up changing that, though. I believe this was... Oh, no. What was the story about them again? Oh, yes, this is the one that I stole from the enemy. So yeah, I'm actually... It's mostly also because it's largely a slave population here. And it's going to cost me a lot to shift the planet type. You'll also notice we're getting quite a few more alpine worlds here, so when the opportunity comes up, I try to terraform them into alpine worlds. The same will happen with the Arctic world, but right now that will cost me 2,000, and our contract, when does that... Right, so the curators are going to want to renew the contract in 3 months. So we'll maybe wait until after that. But yeah, overall, investment priorities are still going to be into my naval capacity and technology to try and overcome some of these disadvantages that I have against the larger empires. We are lucky enough that the fleet power is now superior rather than overwhelming. Less so than the Sondrithian, and the Sondrithians are not going to like me for several reasons. They've actually called me a rival. I also wanted just a quick look. Okay, so in terms of manpower, these guys are causing me grief. One thing that I might do in terms of colonization, or not, to help out with colonization. This is a bit of a flyer, but if I do humiliate, oh, it doesn't actually say. Okay, so here's one of the approaches that I could take on this. Humiliate. So in order to try and gain a positional advantage with these L gates. Where is it? Am I losing my mind here? Here we go. Yeah. Loser loses all of its influence, gains minus 33% monthly influence gain, minus 10% happiness for 10 years, and I get 100 influence in exchange. So obviously that would give me a few opportunities to sort of expand out my borders. But the challenge here, of course, is that I'm going to be spread out. I would actually have to take them on two different fronts. And right now they still have an equivalent fleet power. So maybe what I would want to do is I'd want to try that move just after they get slapped around a little bit by these guys. In any case, I think I've given everyone enough time to see the magic. The L gates are opening, and let's see what comes out the other side.
Special inquiry concluded.
Okay, I have not seen this event before, so I'm gonna have something new. The Grey Tempest. Our technicians managed to lift the lockdown from the L gate near the Howling Vortex, but as soon as a permanent link was established to the L cluster, a massive incoming subspace surge was detected. We were able to restrict this potential invasion force from using our gate while still retaining access for ourselves. Unfortunately, the incoming surge was diverted to other L gates in the galaxy. Strange vessels consisting of nanites are pouring through these now fully active gates, attacking everything in sight. All attempts to communicate with these machines have failed. In wake of their passage through the L gates, we have detected a repeating subspace transmission emanating from the L cluster. One might say that we dug too deeply and too greedily. This is awesome. Put the message on the screen. Decoding repeated automated subspace transmission. Establishing translation matrix. Alert. Message is heavily corrupted. Attempting reconstitution of message fragments. 3 message fragments partially recovered. I'm sorry, guys. I need to DM Johnny Big Time about this because this is really funny. I'm really sorry that some of you guys are missing out on this. Okay. Fragment 1. Fragment 1. We are the unintelligible architects of the Galactic Gateway Network. If you are receiving this transmission, then we can only unintelligible that we are not too late. Perhaps one of our message boys somehow slipped past the unintelligible and escaped the cluster before it was closed off. Do not restore access to the dormant gateway in our star cluster. Under no circumstances must a stable connection be formed between the blank and the galaxy at large. For the sake of all civilization, our cluster has to remain under permanent quarantine. Decoding Fragment 2. In an act that will inevitably doom our civilization, we have deliberately isolated our home cluster to prevent the spread of the Nar Dishav, the Grey Tempest. These self-replicating nanomachines were instrumental in the construction of our gateway network, but when their unintelligible had concluded, we found that they would no longer accept our commands. Through a hidden back door, our unintelligible managed to recall the machines and to our home cluster, but the security hole has since been plugged. When they started harvesting our planets for materials, we knew that it was only a matter of time before. Decoding Fragment 3. The main unintelligible facility is the key. All of their unintelligible are routed through its subspace array, and without it, they cannot function. Unfortunately, all of our attempts to disable it have failed, and we can no longer muster the forces to unintelligible another assault. If the quarantine of our cluster has failed, you must destroy this facility. As long as it remains unintelligible, the Grey Tempest will continue to surge unabated throughout the galaxy. We are truly, truly sorry for unleashing this horror. In our hubris, we... Alright. Bring it. What the hell am I going to do about this? Alright. First of all, this is why God invented science ships. So I'm going to throw a science ship into the maw and hope that we can find... Oh! New contact! We've received a communique from a previously unknown spacefaring empire that call themselves the Jackley Intersolar. They claim to have learned of our existence by listening in on the communications of another empire that we are in contact with. Megacorp, ruthless capitalists. Greetings, I speak for Chief Executive Officer Zanog Korane and the wealthy elite of Jackley Intersolar. We're always looking for new trading partners, and hopefully we can come to some sort of accommodation that will benefit the commerce of both our nations. Hello, Ascanius. Thank you for saying that. Most people tend to get really mad when I talk about the Epic Store, and understandably so. I take an aggressive tone in most of those articles, but I didn't on this one. But it is I don't get a lot of attention on that blog, so I have thought many times about just giving up on it. So hearing that makes me feel quite good. So your question, for the benefit of those who don't get to see what was on the screen, the statement was, I liked your article this month. Do you think Epic's push to increase the cut for devs will put any pressure on the console makers? So I believe some of the origins of this come from Epic's disputes with Google Play. And obviously it's an industry standard, I believe largely started by Apple, if if I'm completely honest. So to a certain extent, yes. I do think probably we could stand to have a bit of a broader definition of these things. So, in my opinion, the video game case should probably be the most straightforward example of sort of an abuse of a dominant market position. So it is well known how much of a behemoth Steam is in terms of sales for, at least for independent games. It'd be really interesting to see the breakdown on things like EA Origin for games that are not EA games, i.e. ones that are not exclusive to that platform. But it's fairly safe to say that the 30% really does reflect the fact that while it would be fair to say that, probably in a strict definition, the digital distribution market is an oligopsony. So the difference between monopoly and monopsony is there's one buyer and one seller. It's a reverse around, but a lot of people are really familiar with monopoly, which is, I own everything and I'm going to dictate, the price at which you buy my good. And then monopsony is sort of the reverse case where, you have a bunch of individuals who are selling to one buyer. And I think that's probably a fairer statement. If you think of Steam as a store, as in a traditional store, the place where you would buy your video games from, like a Best Buy or Electronics Boutique or GameStop or something like that, then essentially what it is they've got the perfect inventory system where essentially they can match the purchase of the good and the delivery of it right away. And then effectively what they're doing is they're dictating terms to all of the individual sellers, the developers of games. And they're saying that we want 30% of revenues to do that. And because Steam is so dominant, they are able to charge something well above what a competitive equilibrium would be for the price. But of course, that 30% didn't come out of nowhere. Obviously this is, Steam is not the only storefront doing that. Obviously the Apple Store does it, Google Play, pretty much the 30% has gone without question. So in the case of video games, I think the fact that, PC games, the fact that you have this large entrant coming in, I think it is more likely that you'll start to see those competitive pressures being felt sooner. And I would argue that this is actually already happening because, of course, Steam has relaxed their revenue share. You have to make a certain amount, but it's no longer a flat 30%. It's actually tiered, and the higher performers get more favorable terms past certain levels. So the effects were in fact in place before the Epic Store was officially announced. And I don't know if this is in response to more developers skipping Steam, or if this is the fact that they sort of knew what was going on. Obviously, the fact that Sergey Galyonkin is running the Epic Game Store certainly puts the fact that Steam sort of shut down Steam Spy, effectively shut down Steam Spy through changes in their policy. Obviously, that puts that in a different light as well. Like if there was indications that Epic was making its store ahead of us finding out about it, presumably Steam would take measures to limit their competitive intelligence. Now, the fact of the matter is that the Epic Game Store is not going to be limited to PCs. They're working on their Android storefront. And so I suspect Epic fully intends to take advantage of its position with kind of having the hot new game to bring about the change in prices that it claims it does. Now, it's a little bit harder to say that in terms of consoles. And this is ultimately because, of course, consoles, one, are a bit more familiar with this business model. And number two, there is something about like there's a bit more sort of lock in terms of those things. So like if Sony were to wake up and say, we don't want you on the PlayStation, it is probably the case that somebody would find a way around that prevention, but it wouldn't be wide enough for there to be like a meaningful Fortnite presence on the PlayStation. So the dynamics are probably a little bit different. Although, of course, I'm sure, the PlayStation's going to sit down and say, well, we rather dislike this idea that, the biggest game ever is going to be skipping our platform now because we blocked them out. So there's a bit of give and take on that one. But the best that I can say is like really the consoles and the Apple Store or the iTunes Store, the App Store, strike me as the ones that are going to be a little bit harder to break because they really are linked with the hardware. But I think some of the reasons why these standards exist are because, like, if you think of yourself as a game developer, right? You start off on PC, and then you see that stuff's happening with mobile, and maybe the mobile market is even bigger for you now, because if you make small games, maybe it's more appropriate that you put them on a phone. The fact that they're kind of continuing on and saying, like, okay, same terms as before, 30%, you're probably not going to resist that. If, on the other hand, you're making a decision about whether your next game is going to be a mobile game or it's going to be a PC game, and also seeing as Apple's going to be trying to get its subscription service, off the ground, which means, of course, that you want kind of a stream of quality games coming through, it's possible that they would be willing to make their storefronts equally attractive, right? If we get to a point where sort of 12% becomes the new standard for PC gaming, maybe if some of the discoverability stuff gets worked out, then PC becomes a relatively more attractive platform than mobile. And so at that point, you'd maybe expect the distributors on mobile to lower their prices. But I'll admit the dynamics of of consoles are a little more mysterious to me than the PC gaming space. The PC gaming space, it's pretty easy to see that Steam has been taking advantage of a very desirable position. And I mean, let's face it, they're not like Microsoft, was when they got into a bunch of trouble. It's not that they've been particularly horrible, but it would be nice to see more competition in this place, and one of the benefits of that will be that game developers see more of their money going in their pocket. Steam's new tiered cut for devs seems a bit cynical since they know smaller games don't have the same leverage and they'll get shafted in comparison. True. If I wanted to be fair to Steam, I would also point out that in terms of like returns to scale, like those top level games really are driving a very large portion of Steam's revenues. And the fact of the matter is that, the marginal cost of giving out a few more gigabytes is not that high. So like the thing is that if I put a free game on Steam, I am a cost to them. Like if a lot of people download my free game, the $100 that I spend to get listed, or whatever the cost is now, whatever I spend to get listed, at some point, there's going to be a crossover where they have spent more money on infrastructure to like provide a copy of this game for people to get than I'll ever bring into the store. So I think, and the fact of the matter is, like, the cost of serving up that data is not going to be 30% of the revenues. So I think to a certain extent too, you can make the argument saying that, supporting the big games are supporting the infrastructure with which smaller games are able to be served up. And so they're in a position to demand concessions past a certain revenue point. But I agree, like it seems, especially because we know that the 30% is already a huge markup and that the Epic Store is simply not going to have those kinds of problems. Like, they're going to find a way to serve up games at that more favorable favorable revenue share. You know, the fact of the matter is that it's really hard to see this as anything but Steam giving the bare, or Valve giving the bare minimum needed to bring that over. But you never know, right? I'm sure, like, the thing is that there's really smart people working at both companies. They each have their plans. The best that I can really do with articles like that is, one, address claims that I think are not based in fact. I like VG 24/7 quite a bit, but I thought that op-ed was uniquely bad from an outlet that I think normally has very good coverage. And obviously it's an opinion piece, right? Like, obviously I don't see eye to eye with them on capitalism too, but that aside, the best that I can sort of do is look at the playing field as it is right now. One key difference between me and that article that I was largely responding to is that I'm not as willing to put intentions on Epic. So like when Epic says we want to bring about a new normal in which store fees are closer to a competitive equilibrium, until I see evidence to the contrary, I'm more inclined to believe that that's what they want. Like, that's why they're behaving the way that they are. And I know that wresting market power from a dominant player is one way that you can bring that about. But clearly there are going to be people who say that they want to do something, and it turns out they do something totally different, which is why my approach isn't necessarily the best one. But like, it's not that I think Steam, like, I'm sure if Steam wanted, like, Steam probably would prefer it if people did not review bomb games. They would probably like it if there weren't Nazis in the forums. Like, I can only imagine what Wolfenstein Youngblood is like right now. Or wannabe Nazis. I mean, let's face it, these guys aren't exactly, I don't think they'd meet the requirements. But, it's not that I think Valve is like, oh yes, please, more of this stuff we dislike about it. But it doesn't really mean that, obviously, as the article says, like, they've been willing to sit on a lot of stuff, and of course the fact that competition is moving, and historically too, obviously with the introduction of Origin, like, Valve has traditionally moved a lot faster on stuff that we ultimately like when competition forces them to do so, and that's why I ultimately see the Epic Game Store as a positive thing, even if you absolutely never install the client. So I can't remember. Are you a Stellaris console player by any chance? I now have an Xbox, so I'm kind of tempted to pick up Stellaris on that. Okay, sorry for the delay. I know some of you guys could not care less about my gaming opinions, but I'm talking with a mega corporation. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? Greetings. I speak for Chief Executive Officer Zanog Koronde and the wealthy elite of Jackley Intersolar. We are always looking for new trading patterns or partners, and hopefully we can come to some sort of accommodation that will benefit the commerce of both our nations. So, will not be held back, Jackley. I'm going to assume that they don't like me, but where are they? Am I missing something? Okay, so there was a 14, maybe even a 15th. So they've got to be like a tiny group. Oh, Jesus Christ. Did they must have just achieved spaceflight. All right. The XCOM is a fantastic game. Okay, so oh cool. I think this is the one that I just downgraded my... it's because I didn't have specialist jobs available for these people. So This is going to put me more in the hole on research that's why I didn't
Transmission
upgrade it.
incoming. Discourse anticipated.
Okay, trade deal. The Zathorian Confederation again decides to give me 10,000 energy credits. I'm really happy about that. So I will agree, and I will happily go into a non-aggression pact. Again, it does cost us, but holy crap am I going to be happy to not to have to worry about these guys attacking me. Okay, this means that I'm going to go on a little bit of a spending spree. So my Forge world is already on its way to an Alpine world. The Winter planet, or Arctic world, will turn into an Alpine world, so that costs us 2,000. This one's going to be expensive, but we did just get 10,000, so that's 7,000 spent. And I think I'm going to wait for the... I'm going to wait on the... I'm gonna wait on the deal before I go any further. Now it's going to be a bit of a risk going in here because obviously there's going to be
under assault.
Wow. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is... Whew. This will give me an opportunity. But man, I better find where the other L gates are. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. So, I'm going to read to you the text that... So, we had something pretty exciting just happen. And I've been slow in responding to it, but this is super fun. Let me see if I can find it on my... Let me see it. Come on. I can't make it out of the preview, and it won't let me. It won't let me look at the discs. Anyway, so we opened. You'll remember that I gave the cliffhanger at the end of last session, and I opened like the L gate. So it turns out that those L gates were sealed by an alien species to stop these. Basically terrifying replicators from... Actually, you know what? These are going to run into the exact same problem that I run into. If we can find a way to deal with the interdictors, if we swarm these things with corvettes, we might actually have a chance. Anyways, needless to say, I have doomed us all, and all of the people who've got L gates nearby now have those terrifying aliens coming out into their space. So, in order to prepare, I'm going to start by building a defensive location. And I'm also going to think a little bit about how I'm going to... So obviously I can't build a, I'm not going to be colonizing the L gates anytime soon. So I'm just going to get that right out of my mind. And I do want to focus on getting Aculum and then filling in the blanks. So I think the construction ship's just going to have to sit tight. I really do want all this stuff down here, but I think maybe... I think what my alternative plan is going to be, it's to take this, this because it gives me science and places to colonize, or worlds to colonize. Okay, so I've doomed us all. I have got the non-aggression pact going. Kenti trade union. Yeah, okay. And this guy is evading hostiles. This man has successfully evaded hostiles. So I think we're just going to put this down to don't ever go in there until you have many, many, many more ships. I do want to keep an eye on it, just because there will be some opportunities that emerge. But we are way too weak to even think about taking on those guys right now. I might even sit down and consult the wiki for a little while to see what I can do about... So, like, the thing about those guys is that they're a big capital ship. They're a couple of carriers, so essentially, they've got one of these things going on. So if I can think a bit about how I'm going to hard counter the fighters, I don't have that much to fear. And then essentially we swarm we just swarm the fleet with corvettes. But I still want to get my main force up to strength. So where are we? We've got 2 of these. There should be 8 of the destroyers. So what's going on with my main shipyard? Okay, so now we're up to 8 with those. I must have messed up somewhere in terms of the numbers. Because the way I always figure it is that, like, this is not the most sophisticated lineup of ships that I've ever worked out here, but the idea is that you have, like, your top level. So it'd be like a Titan. Titan should be supported by 2 battleships. 2 battleships should be supported by 4 cruisers. 4 cruisers should be supported by 8 destroyers. 8 destroyers should be supported by 16 corvettes. Essentially, it's so that there's an even distribution of all of the points. Yeah, and we just got started. So let me just double check what I'm, like, in terms of what I'm spending in terms of manpower. Okay, so I'm short. The way to look at this is actually that I'm short a cruiser, not the other way around. I also forgot what type of cruiser. Okay, Jal Lotrin. Ish Torshka. And then... Okay. That's a little bit more going where I want them to. So yeah, I mean, there's going to be in case you didn't know, I need a better military. So the Thorian Confederation will now guarantee the independence of the Ketling Star. Uh-oh. Okay, so looks like the Howling Vortex wasn't protected after all. I thought it said that the ships couldn't get through that. I'm boned. Let's see what these nightmares are going to do with me.
Construction complete.
Oop. The agreement we signed you giving access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information that we offer? We would like to extend the deal. Excellent. Our databanks shall remain available to your scientists. Okay, so I want to see where they're going. Dead Sea. The terraforming of Riak Prime into a sealess landscape has had a predictable but unavoidable outcome. The strange sea of consciousness on the planet's surface has been completely disrupted by our terraforming process, and it has lost the unique properties that qualified it as a living being to our survey team. Akano scientists lament the missed research opportunities that the loss of such a unique galactic entity will entail. I suppose I should have thought about that before I did it. Let's take a look and see if we can find out what the effect of that is. Huh. Let me just take a quick look and see if I can find that. I don't get it. Yeah, I'll have to look it up later. I mean, we've lost it, so ends the unknown contact event. Oh, I can look at this in game. I don't think this is the right one. Okay, sorry guys, I'm going to rely on Google. Everybody seems to be... Yeah, so this is supposed to be on the wiki somewhere, but do I really want to go through all of this here? Unless I can see, and I already know that, yeah, this seems like a little too much to put you guys through. So I definitely do want to look up what this event chain is, but this is actually a problem that was disguised by, hey, Ace the Neko Artist, great to see you. This is actually a problem that Alexis described when talking about writing for the horizon signal, which is you need to put little remind, because like you run into the why did I go upstairs again kind of problem, where you run into, like, you have these events that have happened, but because there's so many other things going on in the game, you forget why, or, you know, which was which. And so in this particular case, like, I'm sure there was, you know, like, I'm sure there was a warning that the game gave me, but because I don't normally check the the features of the planet, obviously I missed out on potentially a cool little event chain. But that's fine. The Space Dwarves, we're the best. Okay, so let's figure out what I want to do here. This is an agri world, and looks like I've kind of been punting a bit in terms of my output. So this is first and foremost a farming world. I'm going to need to find jobs for everyone. I could extract more minerals if it came down to it. The planet isn't particularly good at that. I could also build commercial zones and just keep everybody employed that way. It certainly wouldn't hurt to get more money. Or I can go down the refining path. Now the challenge about that one is that it's going to give me another chemist, but then I would need to find 4 jobs elsewhere. And that's the tricky bit. So what resources would I want the most? Definitely exotic gases. In theory, of course, I can also do like alloy foundries and whatnot. I have already built 2. Actually, with that in mind, let's try a Ministry of Production. And then I'll need to build one more district. Okay, so I've got 9k. Everything else seems to be an alpine world already. So now what I want to consider is adding worlds that are within my borders to the list. And ideally they'll also be ones that are already within, that are sort of already within existing sectors. That's sort of a secondary consideration. So for instance, we've got some 23s, 24s. It'd also be nice to have them a bit closer to the core, just because it seems like I'm going to be defending against the bots. So yeah, I'm thinking this is a great candidate. So it's going to cost me 5,000, and it doesn't give me much really in terms of like raw resources, but I can live with that. Okay, Okol's still building its science upgrade. That's no surprise there. And unfortunately, I've lost
system resources analyzed.
I've lost my glimpse as to what's going on in the Howling Vortex. I also need to deal with the fact that I did just sort of kneecap my civilian or my consumer goods by downgrading one of them, but my hope is that with the Ministry of Production we'll be back on track.
Finalized.
What was Tybor up to? I think I was just upgrading everyone if memory serves. Oh, I've got an idle science ship, and it's probably because I'm not allowed to go through these places. Oh no, they like me. They've just run out of things to do. So, because really, it's because the Grey Tempest is kicking around. Well, what are they up to? They're apparently just sitting around. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're bombing the heck out of stuff. Okay. So yeah, they don't have a way home. That's why they're idle. Well, let's get you... Actually, I don't need to think about this. They can think about it. It is pretty complicated, Ace the Neko Artist, but the game does a very good job of onboarding you. So if you have any specific questions about the game, I would be delighted to share sort of why I'm doing certain actions. There's actually quite a bit that I need to think about on this particular playthrough, so it's why I've been a little less effective at communicating some of my plans, but this is available on both PC and console now. So the console version is going to be a little different, but it's still a great time. So once again, Mintaka Prime has been pummeled by falling asteroids, and this time part of our colony has been destroyed. Needless to say, the local population is unhappy. So we can say we have other priorities which will decrease happiness and add devastation, or something must be done. We build an asteroid defense system, and for 60 months they also get the... So
Situation log updated.
And this will cost me engineering, so I'm going to wait a while on this one. I first want to do the Flesh's Week, which is turning my
complete.
space dwarves into cyborgs, and hopefully the Nanites will then approve of us. Okay, we've got more jobs than we know what to do with on this world. Yeah, so in this case, we're just going to sit on it. Looks like it's all clerk jobs that haven't been filled. I'm willing to wait on that. Let's just get a quick look at what's going on with the pops. So it tells us it will decay at a certain point. Yeah, it'll be demoted in, it says 1614, so plenty of time for us to bring up the research complex.
System resources analyzed.
Now, one of the things I need to consider here, I'm going to have a bunch of ships that I build, but I need to start considering about whether or not I need to harden up my existing star bases, or whether I should be building more. I think in this case here, it's not that expensive to do these upgrades, or well, normally it isn't. I think I am going to just start doing the upgrades to get those out of the way, and then on the basis of what I think the priority is, I can start building the infrastructure that I want on the stations that I want. But I have been saying for a while that I've underinvested in my starports, and I think now is the time for me to get past that. All right, the Visari. We no longer see any reason to keep you locked out of our territory. Our borders are open to you again. Holy crap. I do not want to be on their... Yeah, there's absolutely no way that they're ever going to like me. Fortunately, they're also very far away from me, so... again, ideally, I would be taking advantage of... I'd be taking advantage of sort of the invasion of all of these nano machines, but I am going to be looking to defend my own territory in this case. Okay, colony ship is up. I'd say Ace, the Neko Artist.
Our research has progressed.
Who likes chalk? Nobody likes chalk. Combat training, assault army damage plus 15%, assault army morale plus 15%, a more extensive training program for new recruits, including realistic combat scenarios to prepare them for the field. I can get more food, but I don't really need it right now. I can also boost my naval capacity, which I also don't really need right now. So the question is, do I want... It's 17 versus 21 months, so it's a 5-month difference. I think I'm going to do Doctrine support vessels just because I know I can sustain a larger navy, and I'm obviously going to need that a lot sooner than I thought. Now, the good news here, I am still kind of trying to push a confrontation with these guys, but I can decide exactly where I want to draw the line in terms of the borders. Looks like we're not as bad off as we seem to be with the consumer goods, so I'm happy about that. Not too bad. I'm feeling very rushed today, Ace the Neko Artist, because immediately after this one I need to record an Elder Scrolls episode. I'm very happy. You're never bugging, and I'm very happy to see you.
Finalized.
Okay, this was the prize. So now the question, of course, is, do I try and go down this path? Do I try and go down this path? Obviously, I'm going to need the influence to pull it off either way. Yeah, the start of this game, and in fact, almost throughout the duration of the game, it's a little bit like Civilization, where you have that first settler, and you're kind of traveling around trying to find...
System resources analyzed.
Try to find the next place to go. It's the Starship Enterprise, seeking out new life, new civilization, so on and so forth. But of course, in this particular one, I wound up with a very powerful ship, but some neighbors that have grown unchecked for quite a bit of time. And it's turning into a very complicated situation, which has become even more complicated with the arrival of... I thought that was a 129,000 strength fleet, and I was terrified for a moment. This barren and lifeless world is showing signs of once having supported a biosphere. But yeah, essentially, it's like any other 4X game. Okay, so apparently now we... Oh, no, this is on the capital. Crap. And I've upgraded all the buildings. So, actually, this is a little more straightforward. We just moved the robot to a planet that needs it more. Let's put it on one of the colonies. Or alternatively, one of the worlds that needs farmers. Yeah, actually, Nafgravas is a perfect candidate. Or Mintaka. Actually, I think Mintaka is a slightly better one. So obviously I don't want to try and force... I can force citizens to move, I just don't want to. But it's no problem at all for me to get rid of the miner. There used to be like indications of what they were adding to the position. I refuse to believe... Yeah, I thought as much. So maybe I have to go under the population tab.
Sit log updated.
Really? I'm not spending that time. I'm going to turn us into cyborgs first. Yeah, mechanical, better habitability. Okay, yeah, so it seems like there isn't an inherent benefit to doing any of the manual labor as a robot anymore. Interesting. Food too hot, what do? Yeah, okay. Oh, sure thing, Ace. Okay. So again, priorities, build up my defenses. I'm reasonably happy with where the stations are, although obviously I can build 6 more when the time comes. I am slightly curious what these guys are up to. If they come after me, I can wipe them out, but... A project to modify one pop on one planet to match the robot template has failed. Okay. Implant malfunctions. As part of the observation efforts on Faldazir 1, abduction teams have surgically installed brain implants on a number of Lavis test subjects to track them and monitor their behavior. Unfortunately, due to a manufacturing flaw, many of these implants have malfunctioned and are now having an adverse effect on the behavior of our subjects. There have been a number of suicides and at least 3 episodes of violent hysteria. The staff of our observation post has asked for help in rounding up the remaining subjects and removing their implants before there are any more incidents. What if the milk's too spicy, Ace? Alright, we need to clean up this mess. Let's take a minute and see what science ships are in the area. I suspect not many. Oh, we still have the guys at React, so we'll research that there. I'm also mildly curious, so we should have a science ship which is on its way to finding Paradaya. We do. Okay, I can live with that. Okay, the construction ship at React. This is the one that escaped the Howling Vortex. See, the problem here is it's such a big risk for me to be colonizing systems near that enemy. I'm gonna move towards it. Not sure if
Scientific progress attained.
I'm not sure if I'll actually lock myself into that choice or not, though. Plasma accelerators. These new accelerators launch projectiles of high energy plasma with improved containment fields. This results in less energy leakage as the projectile travels in space towards its target. Okay. Again, this is just trying to beef up my fascinatings. For an 8-month difference, I can leapfrog the lower tech disruptor. And I think that's the experimental subspace navigation is really tempting, as is 0-point reactor, because a lot of my ship designs are constrained by energy. But I feel like the better shooting is probably where I want to go with this. So ion disruptors it is. Ice. Ice sounds really nice. Wouldn't you agree, the Eyes of Sin? Terraforming candidate discovered. Okay, I've been dying to see one of these things live. Oh, that's right. I'm exploring something that I don't own. Our detailed survey of Kiram 6 has revealed that it may once have supported life in the distant past. There are significant deposits of frozen water at the polar ice caps and beneath the planet's surface. The existence of valley networks suggests that the water may once have flowed freely. Terraforming this planet would be theoretically possible, but we do not yet possess the technology to accomplish this monumental task within a realistic time frame. Okay, still don't have climate restoration, and again, I have slightly higher priorities at the moment than some of these terraforming projects. Obviously, I want to try and push them where I can. I just hope to God that I have a ship dedicated to this. Yes, okay, good. I have no idea if they'll get there on time, but I do have a ship dedicated to it.
System resources analyzed.
Hello, Wundfor. Were you one of the people who was here at the cliffhanger last time? Okay, this is a fairly important arrival. This is mostly so that I can kick out the Grand Herald and upgrade my primary fleet. The shattered remnants of an ancient ring world encircle the star in the Cadria system. Any planetary bodies that may once have existed here must have been used as building material during this megastructure's construction. No evidence hinting towards who originally built this marvel of engineering has been found, but it must have been the product of a very advanced culture. So, amazing. Now, unfortunately, this is owned by the Kenti Trade Union, who are my allies. Fortunately, they count as having superior fleet power to me, but they are in a defensive pact with me, so overall, that's a good thing. We have discovered some form of alien vessels in the Lythorius system. These strange objects have been flagged as the Beth Menace until we can learn more about them. So in this case, this is the crystalline entities. They're not really a major obstacle to me, so, but it also shouldn't take that long to, yeah, it's like 1 month, so It's not too much of an ask to get rid of them. So, or to get rid of that event. So once the
Special
fleet
inquiry
docks,
concluded.
there we go. The reports of strange free-floating crystal-like objects observed in certain systems have been investigated. The ship-size objects and their slightly smaller but equally crystal-like satellites have first appeared inert, but sudden shifts in their orientation relative to our ships and new energy signatures emerging from within the prisms indicate that they should be regarded as hazardous and approached with caution. Even should we not find a martial use for them, studying a shattered crystal would no doubt yield interesting results. So we can say easy prey, which will give us a 33% damage bonus towards the crystalline entities, or we can do fascinating creatures and gain the crystalline study. You were in 19 days in the hospital to fix your leg a second time, first night out. I am so sorry to hear that one, For. I'm glad it sounds like things turned out. I am mildly curious about crystalline study. Normally, I like, even if I don't... Wait, is it 2 L's? Yeah. Normally, even if I don't remember it, like I just like kind of heading down and seeing how they turn out. But this one, I kind of want to see where it goes. If killed, space creatures will keep respawning in their home system unless an Empire sensor range covers the system. All right, I don't think that's actually what I want. So I think I am actually going to say fascinating creatures here because in the end, they're not that big of a threat to me, and 500 minerals is not exactly a reward that I'm looking for right now, so...
Sith log updated.
This is physics, 3 months, I can live with that. We are still waiting 10 months before we turn everyone into cyborgs. But yeah, Windfor, I'm glad that you decided after all your ordeals that a trip to the stream was worth it. I hope to do my best to entertain you. Again, I'm a little frazzled just because I've got a lot of stuff on my plate, and I'm doing my best to kind of get through all of it in time. Not always succeeding, but... we'll manage as best as we can. Hey, all infamous. All right, does anybody who saw the cliffhanger yesterday need an update on what happened? Because we're screwed. So the Kenti... don't like the Andigaj, don't like the Aztani. Yeah, so it's the Sundrithian that are the worry. But I think we're going to be able to manage this. If I want to build faster, bots faster, I can activate the relic again, but I'm not sure that'll give me everything that I want right now. So we're going to carry on.
Special inquiry concluded.
Still have more minerals than I know what to do with. You know, I'm going to try a slightly different approach on this one. Instead of selling them on the open market, the crystalline entities, the name itself is a compromise between rival factions of xenobiologists and xenogeologists on Old Alvania are probably alive. An earlier and perhaps more descriptive name for them was silicate animate matter, as they have little in common with biological life. They are solitary beings, each individual crystal sovereign rarely seen with more than a sentinel and a smaller cohort entity. Aside from the cohort and sentinel clearly being subservient to the sovereign of the group, the subtle nuances of the crystalline entity's socio-hierarchical relationships are lost on us. The entities do not seem to mate, and we have yet to observe any crystals that are recognizably older or younger than others. Contrary to an early hypothesis, the shifts in hue between individual crystalline entities seem to be related not to their age, but their latent internal charge, which can be violently unleashed, and it appears as though sporadic fluctuations in this charge alter the refractive properties of the crystal. So you can say, sounds potentially useful, and we'll get a 5% energy credit bonus, or we can go towards crystal-infused plating and get a nice research bonus to that as well. I don't think we have it on... Oops. Oh no! Maybe I shouldn't be pushing that button. That's a tough call, actually, because I think the crystal-infused plating might actually solve some of my laser problems. Really? You... I like that there's an in-browser option here, but I feel like it's a little dodgy on the... come on. Yeah, it doesn't really tell me what the bonuses here are. I think in this case, I'm going to justify that we're generating a lot of energy. Energy is going to be how I buy the materials I need to make war, so a 5% bonus to energy credits, which I'm already focusing on improving. We can... that's gonna be my aim. I think that's gonna how I'll justify the money. Plus, we're dwarves, so... Danilu. Hi system, gonna watch some of the game to learn a little. I'm having trouble. I hope I can learn this game as you learn Cultist Simulator from your videos. Number one, thank you very much for saying so. Number two, I love sharing this game with people. Now, as you will notice, I'm pretty far off from those opening moves. This is an episode... so if you want to see every step along the way, that will be on YouTube. Of course, that's a lot of material to watch. This basically was my stream when Ancient Relics first came out. Actually, a little bit before it first came out. So obviously there's a lot of videos to go back through, and I know my YouTube channel's not the best for finding all of that stuff. I'll happily tell you why I'm making certain decisions. A lot of them are going to be context sensitive because I'm actually a bit behind the AI in this position here, and we just unleashed monsters into the world. But yeah, if you have any specific questions for me, I love bringing people on board with games like this. Stellaris is a game I am tremendously fond of. So if you are in a point where where you'd like to see where you'd like to learn a little bit more about the game, I'm certainly happy to accommodate. I think in this case here, I'm going to send 2 robotic servants. I didn't mean to do that. This is a waste, but I'm going to do it. And I can build... So I moved... by moving so many units over, I've freed us up for an expansion. So first thing we'll do is put down an Autothon monument. So one of the approaches I'm trying here, Dalanu, is that I'm building what I kind of call my colonies in a box. So each of my worlds are going to have is going to have a capital building, a bureaucratic complex, a heritage site or some variation on that, basically a unity producing one alloy, one consumer good, one research, and then usually some kind of multiplier like a military academy or something like that. And then I'm going to focus on kind of what makes it a unique or useful planet. So for instance, Rurius has a lot of agriculture. So in this particular case, I wanted to make sure that I built food processing centers, and it's generating a ton of food. So like 223.74 compared to the capital. Capital is producing like 74. My apologies. Did I get that right? Yeah, it's the jobs that are producing 223.74. So basically, because there's a lot of agriculture tiles, by going for Agro World, I get a 20% bonus towards farmer output. And then, of course, I stack that with food processing centers, which gives an additional 25%. And I've done what I can to sort of maximize the benefit that this world is going to get. Now, the Kabji system, I have a governor right now. The Kabji system is actually the only other system that I have. So I have a governor which has got the intellectual trait. That's a 10% bonus there. So that's going to be applied to every single planet in this sector. And so what I'm slowly doing here is I'm shifting these worlds into primarily tech worlds. It doesn't, again, I'm still doing the colony in a box. So you'll notice that every single one of these has administration, bureaucratic complex, heritage site, alloy foundry, consumer goods, at least one research and a military academy. You'll notice, except for the military academy, all of them are on track to sort of following that model. Now, in certain cases, I'm also going to sort of expand out the. I'm going to expand out sort of what. Some of the natural benefits. So for instance, this is going to be a tech world because a tech world gives a reduction to researcher upkeep, and it lets me build labs fast. But I'd be foolish not to take advantage of all of these generator districts. So Rurius, for instance, I've got all the farms taken care of, so now I'm going to start sort of boosting up the alloy foundries. And this is going to be true for all of the worlds. Basically, I just want to I want to make sure that I'm on track to sort of making the most out of all of these systems. Yeah, stack the bonuses. And that's definitely something that became a lot more viable in the Megacorps expansion because, of course, the POP system and the way all of these things work, you really do benefit from specialization in a lot of these cases. Okay. Oh, that's right. I did not sort out what I was doing with minerals. So I'm going to try and make a little bit more hay out of this. So let's do a mineral trade deal. Okay, I don't think they're going to give me a whole lot for these. Yeah, they have no interest at all in my minerals. So let's see if we can find some sucker to give this to. Who likes me the most? Okay, the Akano Nation. Interesting. They're willing to open a research agreement, but do I really benefit from that if they're inferior to me? Nope, and they are in an alliance with these guys, so... or defensive pact. Okay. Are you a sucker? Probably not. Yeah. And again, we're just going to do this on everyone who has like a good... I don't think we can just directly sell... Yeah, we have to do that on the market. So the Zathorians usually wind up giving me like tribute. They're probably not going to want... Yeah. Now, the funny thing is, I bet the Jackley Intersolar might actually need the minerals, but I think they hate me enough that it won't actually matter. Oh, don't make claims. Make deals. Okay, one last shot, and that's going to be on the new kids on the block. Again, just a outside chance that they're... That sound really tells you everything you need to know. Interesting. So notice that they're more favorable towards it, but I bet as soon as I tell them we want to trade, yep, they don't want to give up anything. So yeah, those are the suckers that I could actually sell to, but unfortunately they hate me. So what we'll do instead, I'm not going to sell 10,000, but we will sell 5,000, and I might use that to terraform another world. So we've got a size 24 here. There's another 24 here. And it's a tropical world, so that's still going to cost me 5,000 for an alpine. But you know what? Let's live a little. Especially because, again, I do need to get my population up to deal with my neighbors. So I suppose the good news is that the May Knights haven't completely come to wreck me. Okay, so they want to dump off their energy credits and minerals on me. Sure. Thank you for the tribute. These guys inferior yet? Nope.
System resources analyzed.
I'm not sure we're going to get here on time, but hope springs eternal. So obviously my station upgrades have been put on hold while I get my my fleet upgrades in place, but that's purely intentional. Like obviously a mobile source of power is clearly the higher priority to me than it is to
system resources analyzed.
You know, to have the stronger defensive positions, except for the stuff coming out of the L gate. I don't have that much to fear in terms of people crossing borders. These guys, sure. You know, I do kind of want to gorge myself on their corpse, but we're not in a position to be able to do that yet. Everything else is going to be a case of me taking advantage of some weaknesses when the time comes up. A fleet does not run on zeal alone. To ensure steady access to critical supplies, we should organize our logistics corp into dedicated support vessels. Sorry, I said core, not core. I should have said core, not corp. Okay, so I can boost the command limit again, which is kind of tempting because it's the cheapest. Well, no, if it's the cheapest, then interstellar economics. And I think in this case, I kind of want to take that. The fire rate really does look good. Well, it's an 8-month difference, and it does make me stronger. God, that's actually a much tougher call than I originally thought. I think I'm going to go for the command matrix just because it is a pure military bonus. I normally wouldn't have, but... So yeah, anyways, the alloys are just going to sort of empty out when a new upgrade becomes available. Obviously, I only have one shipyard. I really probably should be building a second one at some point. But in this case, we're just going to let them do their thing. And once it's done, we'll get back to upgrading our ships. Okay, so now I need to decide between diplomacy and harmony. I am much more inclined towards harmony because the wars that'll be starting in the next little while will likely be, the wars that will start in the next little while will likely be defensive ones. So diplomacy, diplomatic influence costs reduced by 50%, pop growth from immigration increased by 10. I don't want to form a federation. Trade value by 10% is a good one. Market fee reduced by 10 is also a good one because I do wind up trading a lot. So yeah, there are some economic bonuses. Let's look at harmony. So food consumption down, that'll help me with expansion. Leader lifespan improved, that's always good, both from an experience and a retention point of view. The time it takes for unemployed pops to demote to a lower stratum is reduced by 50%. I actually want that to be longer in most of my cases. Governing ethics attraction increased by 25%. That's a pretty good one for me to get in this system, especially because it'll drive people towards something that'll boost up my influence. Amenities usage reduced by 10%. That's going to be a huge economic bonus for me because there's some worlds where the amenities aren't so good. And while in a defensive war with another empire, ship build speed is increased 33%. In addition, the ship fire rate is increased by 15% for ships within your borders. So, finisher effect, higher stability, and finisher effect for diplomacy, the trust cap is higher. In this case, I'm going to go for harmony just because there are more immediate benefits to me. And our final step will be diplomacy. Because let's face it, we're dwarves, we're surly.
Special inquiry concluded.
A cybernetic revolution. The cybernetic conversion process has been completed. All of our citizens have now been equipped with neural implants and basic cybernetic suites. The infrastructure is also in place to gradually modify any new citizens that are born within our nation, so that they can experience all the benefits of technology from an early age. Henceforth, our species shall be known as Acanos Variatus. All right, let's take a look at the bonuses we got. So we are now Acano Variatus. We've got the cybernetic trait, so habitability plus 20%, army damage plus 10%, leader lifespan plus 40 years, and leaders from this species have additional traits and bonuses. So in this case, of course, the net here is that we're now positive 10 for habitability. It also means that I might want to consider so traditional bonus unity. Conservationist. Yeah, there's some interesting possibilities here. Indeed. Nothing on the portrait to indicate, but that's exactly what we've got. Oh, and it turns out, wow, we changed everyone. So the Andigoj, the people that we like the ones that we turned into slaves, we turned them into we gave them the chips, so they're now the high Andigoj. The Azizians Variatus, I definitely don't want them to be. It says they're undesirable, but that's not how I want them to be treated at all. Let's apply that template now.
Situation log updated.
And let's get that asteroid defense system. And actually, let's change things around a little bit for these guys. So I don't believe I can remove, I can't remove beneficial traits. So they are slaves, so I could make them strong. Or I could wait and I could make them very strong. In this case, I think we're going to go for strength here. For these guys, again, they're servants. So I can make them rapid breeders, but that doesn't strike me as the most useful. I could make them industrious, which would make them good at mining, but the thing is I don't actually know what job they're doing. So in this case, I think we're going to go for strong. I could make communal, which will reduce their... Yeah, let's reduce the housing usage. And if I want, I can set a template for this, although it's kind of a moot point. I'll wait on that. Let's... I really do want a tech-based one. I could definitely go for a unity bonus. You know what? Dwarves are traditional. Let's go for it. That's going to lock up society for a long time, though, so... Although, actually, I don't think that's terrible, because we're not really working on a... Yeah, I mean, the fire rate's not bad, but yeah, let's get this out of the way now. I'm sure there'll be some stragglers, but now seems like a good time for us to take advantage of some of these benefits. So, congratulations.
Situation log updated.
You're all being converted again. And then I think we'll just apply that straight across the board. Yep. We're already benefiting from a lot of Unity bonuses already, so I might as well follow my usual strategy and sort of double down on
Construction finalized.
on my benefits. Looks like we're going to be waiting for a while on those upgrades. But probably better I get those done sooner rather than later. I am very curious what it's going to be like to... to see what's going on inside of these areas.
Concluded. Construction finalized.
Cool. Okay, looks like my construction ships are idle now. Okay, I guess now is decision time. Well, before I go nuts, I'm going to sort of kick the can down the road a little bit on some of these, and interesting. Now, I have a hypothesis that if I build a station here, they're just going to come and destroy it again. So I'm not going to do that. But this is kind of useful for me to know.
Construction complete.
Hey, Maka, no, I'm not a megacorp. I am the Akano High Kingdom. I think it's high time we talked about what's going in here. How is my admin cap big enough? It is not big enough to support that. I am ignoring sprawl. My administrative capacity is 140. My total empire sprawl is 377. So, we're playing the Akano High Kingdom. Who is that, you ask? Well, this is the story of Harrison Jones, High King of Old Albania. No artifact was safe from Jones, and even the most ingenious engineers of ages past could not develop a mechanism that could confound his ingenuity. Through his legendary exploits... By the way, I hate the fact that I used ingenious and ingenuity twice in that sentence, but... through his legendary exploits, Jones united the quarrelsome tribes and set his sights on new secrets and the treasures buried within. The Akano people of Old Albania are now reaching out to the galaxy in their stone ships, continuing the great work of the High King. No tomb is safe, and no civilization will remain untouched. So we're playing Space Dwarves. So the drawbacks to expansion are outweighed by the gain in the resources. Yeah, so essentially what I'm doing is I'm not making it as explicit now, just because if I did that for every system, I would be making even less progress than I am at the moment. But the intuition here is that the penalties for sprawl... So let's take a look at what penalties I'm facing here. Technology costs of 71.10. Tradition adoption cost 118.5. Campaign actually can't remember the campaign cost. I think that's elections. 237 leader upkeep, 237 leader cost, 237. So let's take a look in practical terms.
Our research
what has this meant in relation to in terms of powerful nations? So first of all, we've got the fallen empires. Okay, these guys are obviously going to be ahead of me no matter what. So we haven't, this isn't a fair comparison for tech. everybody I'm beside is equivalent or inferior to me in terms of technology. And if we take a look in terms of victory points, so who's ahead of me? Well, right now it's the Visari Citizen Alliance. Their current technology is 1823, 1398, 1942, 1271. As you can see, it's actually only the Sundrithians that are giving me a reason to be worried. The Sundrithians, by the way, they are public enemy number one to me right now. I don't know how they're able to do it, but they've got a very powerful navy, and they've got okay, this is actually this is info I want to take down. I'm just going to open up a notepad so that I can I have no idea what that is. Sorry, I just have a note that was left to me, and I don't remember I don't know what it means. Okay, so, it's battleships. That's going to be the thing that sinks me. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so weak. So I'd want to knock down, I'd want something to wipe out their shields, and they're weak on armor, so I don't need to worry about that. Holy smokes. That's why their numbers are so high. And it looks like railguns are sort of the primary. Okay, so that kind of tells me what I need to know here, right? So the iron disruptors are just a pain. They've got shield and armor penetration. They're just not very good against hulls. And then, of course, the plasma accelerators are what mop you up after that. They're not good against shields, but they're great against armor, and they're great against hulls. If I had to, if I was forced to make a decision, I would say, okay, let's just say that the disruptors and the plasma throwers cancel each other out. And what I really want to worry about here are their railguns, which would mean in this particular case, I probably want to put up a little more armor than I do shields. Except, of course, that this is sort of already true for my fleets, right? We kind of had to even it out already. Hang on, this doesn't seem like the right. Huh. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no problem, Dalanu. I don't know how helpful this was for you, but we do this every Monday, and if you would like, if you'd like any specific questions answered, even if it's not a Stellaris night, definitely feel free to ask, because I really do like sharing this game with people. Nobody but Chalks knows I'm here. You're waiting for the best time to strike with a joke or a pun. The time just passed, Valken. How you doing? Good to see you. All right, so Maka says, do you think that the AI does occasionally where they build stations and systems not actually connected via hyperlanes is smart or dumb? So in defense of the AI, it did actually frustrate my efforts to just sort of crowd them out of space. It made things difficult for me in terms of... it definitely made things difficult for me in terms of just taking over the sector from them. But overall, it's not a strategy I employ. I also think, though, that if Paradox didn't want the AI to behave that way, they could just put in an instruction saying, don't build unless you're next door. So it's not a choice I would make, but I don't necessarily think it's a dumb choice given the fact that I had to reevaluate some of my plans when they did do it. Okay, these upgraded disruptors fire bolts of more destructive ion particles at targets. So it looks like the strategic readiness fleet is ready for an upgrade now. I can go for even better shields. So at the reactor boosters, I think in this case I'm going to go for the cheap tech again. So planetary shields, although if I have physics research I can do, I'd feel even better about that. I think physics is the one thing that I can't put into a special project. And I am slightly curious. I've kind of learned my lesson not to do what the AI says. Yeah, in this case they're still going pure... They're still going pure armor, so I'm going to ignore their choices. Now the question is, do I want to upgrade the strategic readiness fleet? Why not? Although there is now an excellent argument for an upgrade here. I'm going to build a second shipyard just because I'm clearly falling behind by having only one. It's going to take a while, but... Okay, what else is going on here? Construction ship. Yeah, they're already building, so... Wait, but that's not the construction ship I'm worried about. I mean, it certainly wouldn't hurt for me to expand out here. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, I'm a little worried about the possibility of colonizing this world because it's so close to the nanomachines, which might do something nasty.
Construction complete.
All right. Give you a research station. Yeah, I think at this point I'm just going to work around... I'm going to work around them and do what I can to sort of unite these two branches. I still want to expand sort of southward, so I don't want to invest like a whole lot in this expansion, but it would sort of be nice to just get an idea in terms of where my priorities for expansion should be. Abduction teams from our observation post above Feldazir 1 have worked in concert with the crew of the ISS Jalwoden to quickly gather the Labus test subjects with the faulty brain implants. The observation post surgical staff replaced the implants with functional versions, and these subjects have been returned. The subjects have been returned to the planet's surface. As an added bonus, science officer Sapra Nick has managed to extract a wealth of data from the removed implants despite their defect. At least something good will come of this. So extra social research. Now, observation post. Can I do anything interesting yet? Not really. I need gene tailoring. Oh, I have gene tailoring. But they're not in the right not in the right stage of development yet. I thought I had an observation post elsewhere, but maybe I'm just imagining things. Shame on me for not having more observation posts. As soon as I tick over to making these guys inferior, I'm going to subjugate them as fast as I possibly can. Although this is going to be 2.9, actually, I'm not as worried about that. I was going to say, this is probably going to be a bit of a beast of a fight. They're very heavy on the guns. So, like, these guys, like, this is... The way the AI has developed the ships is perfect for these guys. It's just... it's terrible against every other empire. Okay, so there was another reason why I paused. Right, I needed to come up with commands for the science ships and whatnot. I think I'm just going to set this on auto explore. Actually, I'm going to deal with the anomaly, finally.
Special inquiry concluded.
Asteroid defense system. A combination of extra sturdy construction techniques and automated defenses should keep the colony on Mintaka Prime safe from further asteroid impacts. Good news. Is there anything else that I can do? So I think life signs was the one. Yes. Okay. Good news there. We're already doing the species not modification. At some point, we will find one of the systems that could hold the odd radiation star. I believe that's one of these. The Rubricator, we can't beat the Drake yet. And the Trench World.
Construction finalized.
Not within my zone of control.
System resources analyzed.
So yeah, the dilemma here is basically going to be trying to find effective things for my ships to do. Oh, all right. This is a first. Good lord. I'm really worried that I'm eating a species if that's what my food is. Nope. Where the hell is all this food coming from? Wow. I mean, this used to be like in the 10s before. I have no idea what happened. Well, I guess we did get that new tech. So I'm just trying to think, like, this really feels like the kind of thing where I've got a species which is listed as undesirable. But, like, clearly we don't. They're all chattel slavery, which is exactly where I want them to be. And you can't eat robots, they're a bit unpalatable, so... Yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, this is good news because I want to prioritize growth. I think I'm going to do this on the tech worlds above all. Forge world's also a priority. Industry, we need some help. Honestly, you know what? We might as well do it across the Empire, because we can afford it. Actually, the Empire is probably the one place I might not want to do that, but... I think I'm going to go for broke on this one. This might come back to bite me, but... It'll certainly help us with our economic lag. Okay, I don't know why I didn't do this before, but we need to get those exotic gases. Okay, the Visari Citizens Alliance. Now, I thought they liked me originally. Problem is, they are pretty strong. But let's face it, this isn't going to get fixed, so... I'm still holding out hope that these guys will eventually play nice with me. But the main reason I'm doing this right now is just so that I can get my influence a little higher.
Genetics respecialized.
Okay, excellent. So... let's upgrade these guys.
Sit log updated.
So yeah, it looks like apparently we're just going to be producing ridiculous amounts of food for the foreseeable. I'm a little curious as to whether or not we can do... honestly, it's not worth that much. better than minerals, but not that much. I think the other thing I'm going to do, because we are focusing on getting so many just overall growth, I think what I am going to do against my better judgment was the tech or traditions and relics. Costs. Oh no, it's 150 influence. That's why I wasn't going to do that. And let's reverse engineer the technology again. Study of artifacts has advanced some of our research. Physics. Fair enough. So until I can pay the influence cost, I don't think I'm... And I mean, obviously I'm going to be doing some other... I'm going to be doing some other tasks, so I think we're going to leave the... We're going to leave the upgrades to the robots be for a while. Now, it pains me to do this, but we are going to put these guys back in the upgrade cycle before letting the Grand Herald back in. With any luck, the...
System resources analyzed.
I hate doing this because it's costing me influence, but we're so close to just bridging the two halves. So
ships upgraded.
Okay, strategic readiness fleet is back on track. I think I'm just gonna again just crank out a few more combos like this. At least I can
means of production.
at least until I can start like what I want to do basically is eventually I want to start folding battleships into this. But until I actually have battleships to put in into my groups, you know, it doesn't really mean a whole lot. So for now, I think I am just going to keep adding to the strategic readiness fleet. We now have enough space for 2 full fleets, so that's a small bonus. The ISS salvage. Oh, that's right. Okay, I actually want these guys with the Grand Herald, because I believe the salvage is a little more vicious than one of the other cruisers. 536. Nope, it's not actually. This is a 496, so we'll add you to the strategic readiness fleet. And they don't want to... So what? This is just... It has to be on its own? Okay, fair enough. So this guy's got a float on his own, he looks like. So what I'll eventually do is add some more ships to get this up to 110. Again, we are behind in terms of getting battleships. I'd like to get those online as quickly as possible. But at the moment, Elvis Station, clearly I need to get that upgraded. And actually, the way it's going right now, there's no reason I can't do these Starhold upgrades.
Ships upgraded.
And then we also know that Aculum is going to be the choke point. So not too many alloys available to me now, but that's kind of working as intended. Okay. This is good, especially because there's a fairly decent amount of science there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bridge the two kind of the two arms of the galaxy, and I'm going to need to make some tough decisions in terms of where my expansion goes. What I'm slightly concerned about is my hesitation here is ultimately going to cost me it's going to cost me both arms. Like the best goal, of course, would be to get to Biram. So actually, maybe this is the better question. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So I just got my answer. But yeah, so Maka, the best I can say in terms of the food overproduction, I think just a percent-based bonus kicked in there. I'm not actually going to I'm not going to change this aggro world because it's working exactly the way I want it to. It also looks like it's realigned the population a little bit better. Oh yeah, no, this is totally what's happening here. For some reason, these count as undesirables. And no. Stop that. Generating a strong energy shield within a planetary atmosphere is a greater challenge than in the vacuum of space, but it offers a potent defense against orbital bombardment. So, for physics, we can go phase disruptor, we can go normal disruptor. I hate that I'm doing this, but it at least gets this off the list. So yeah, this is actually slightly concerning now. Okay, 0 undesirables, that's working as intended. So this number should go back. Who is that? Sorry, it's hard to... Urm's House. Thank you very much for the follow. Sorry for butchering your name. I hope that doesn't cause you to unfollow as a result, but thank you very much for joining the list. Sorry guys, I have a message in another window here I just want to contend with. Okay, communications from the Krajavox conservers. High Queen Murg I. We understand that your empire is home to an individual whose brilliant mind transcends the tragical primitiveness of your species. While the talents of Sobok are sadly wasted in the Akano High Kingdom, we Krajavox have always have use for skilled scientists to work in our archives. As such, we are offering you a unique chance to earn our favor by allowing us to take charge of her. We already have a ship en route to pick her up, so you only need say yes and everything will be settled. I'm sure you wouldn't want to disappoint us, do you? Alright, this is a tricky one. So I believe the individual they are referring to is my genius Voidcraft cyborg. 7 months left on Star Fortresses. Or you could say, very well, you may take her. We'll never give up one of our own to alien hands, give up our brightest mind. The thing, I'm going to justify this as saying they're a different species anyway, so very well, you may take her. And now we need to find a replacement. Yeah. So I think the genius here is still the right call. Not as good as the alternative, obviously, but... Oh, I did not realize that this was sitting idle. Okay, well, seeing as I've already kind of committed to my choice here, I'm going to slightly alter the plan. What else? You're from London. Excellent. I have never been to London, but there are very cool people there. They should be paid. Yeah, so this is just it. Like, ideally, I will be what I'm giving up in terms of a good researcher will be sort of high tech at a time that I really need it. But we'll see, right? Lots of things can happen between me collecting that. Oh, I never actually got the researcher. I'm an idiot. Lots of things can happen between accepting that deal and, and not... accepting the deal and seeing the benefits from it. But in the end, I think it was the right call. Windfor, going back to sleep, painkillers working, have a nice day and and good sleep. You as well, Windfor. I'm probably not going to have a sleep for a while because as soon as this stream is done, which if I was a little bit faster in getting it going would have been now, but don't worry, we still have like an hour to go. I'm going to be immediately recording an Elder Scrolls episode right after that, so I have a little bit ahead of me. Okay, so again, as always, I'm going to go for a young person. They also have a longer lifespan, and of course they're a cyborg now, so there's lots of good reasons. And I think it was Maka was asking about my Empire Sprawl and whatnot. So one way that you can sort of think of this, I didn't actually get so the base is 200. So one interesting comparison might be in terms of so what I'm really recommending here is like a heuristic rather than like a hard... What the hell was that? Did anybody else hear that funny... Oh! Sorry, for those of you who don't know, I unexpectedly got an Xbox around my birthday, though not intended as a birthday gift. And the only TV I have is my computer monitor. So I'm getting used to having a console just below the desk, and I accidentally turned that thing on. Sorry, I'm obviously really distracted tonight. Okay. So Maka, here's a way that I think is sort of useful to give you... Without like sitting down and working out on a spreadsheet whether or not you're ahead of the game, let's take a look at what I'm giving up in order to obtain a new scientist with the Empire Sprawl. So base 200, obviously I'm, almost 2.5 times that in order to obtain them. But in exchange for the Sprawl, I'm also generating 160 energy. So in practical terms, I'm looking at about 4 months worth of energy production in order to obtain the scientist. So if, let's say, I was generating 60 energy if I kept my Empire Sprawl completely under 140... I'm assuming that's magic, Maka. Was that the intended channel for this, though? Anyways, so like if I was below 140 in terms of my Empire Sprawl, and I would be generating 60 energy, then this means that ultimately my energy production, I'd be giving up fewer months of energy production in order to obtain a scientist, which actually means that the Empire Sprawl is hurting me. Generally, though, what I'm giving up in terms of the time that it takes me to get the things that I want, it's still taking me less time with higher Empire Sprawl than it is to stay within the boundaries. Now again, that's not an absolute statement, but that's sort of a way that you can think about that. Like the individual number isn't quite as important, because if you're generating, 160 energy credits, and then all of a sudden your scientists cost you 2,000 because of Empire Sprawl, clearly you're falling behind. If, on the other hand, you're generating 160 energy credits and your scientists cost you like 205, it makes sense to go above the Empire Sprawl because you're already so far ahead, and gaining those additional resources will make sure that your empire is even stronger. Really, what that mechanic there is for is not so much to cap your empire as it is to sort of make it so that you just don't turn into a snowball. So... Yeah, no worries, Maka. I just didn't, I've sent messages like that and not realized that I had sent it to the wrong place. So the Quadrivox conservers are now opening the doors to me. We no longer see any reason to keep you locked out of our territory. Our borders are open to you. I can't open my borders to them. Presumably, they would just barrel through anyway. But yeah, anyway, whenever people say that, I don't say that stuff to like point out, hey, you screwed up, my chat's not for magic. I just want to make sure that people know when it was sent to the wrong place, because I've sent stuff like that and have not realized. Okay. So the Istran raid. An Istran raiding fleet has been detected approaching our borders. Intercepted communications indicate that they have been hired by a rivaling foreign power to attack our systems. They're transmitting a message directed towards us in an open channel. On screen. Hey! You have too many enemies, Walmach. They not like you very much. Even pay us to bash your systems. We happy to oblige. Alright. Let's find out where these jokers are before... Yeah, this is going to be a little tricky, actually, because I'm not quite sure where they're going to be coming from. So it's possible they'll be going to Ofang, in which case I'm screwed. Or if they're near a wormhole. Well, that's just it. They're not really near a wormhole, are they? I guess this one. See, it's a really tricky call. Because if I send this guy all the way down to the edge here, and they wind up attacking me... Well, no, they definitely won't be coming through here, because these are all locked down by... by monsters. No, I know exactly what they're going to do. So, they're going to be coming... I think the shortest distance is to go through Bunda, which means that they're either going to be hitting Kraxima. See, the problem is that if they're going to be going through there, it's entirely possible they'll be going to Ofang again. Okay. I'm going to roll the dice and we're going to make a move on Ofang. I'm hoping that we'll find some information in terms of where they're hitting a bit sooner. And then my next step is going to be to get the strategic readiness fleet in a slightly better state of readiness. So, Jalotran. I think it's just going to be the more expensive ship is the one that I always wind up. Yeah, the Irsk Torshka and the Trokyal. I think it's pretty unlikely. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right, because I opened the borders trying to get them to like me. Tiber 1, ethic changes. There's been a sweeping change in the ways of the primitive Bakata since we have began aggressively observing members of their species over Tiber 1. Their hatred of our abduction shuttles has made them extremely mistrustful of anything they consider foreign, while at the same time strengthening the bonds they feel towards their own culture and species. Okay. So I do want to, again, I want to keep an eye on where the bad guys are coming from. There's obviously only one fleet that I actually want to send after the raiders, so... We bring alarming news, Akano Viriatus friends. Contact with their colony on New Baldorak has been lost. They no longer respond to any satellite transmissions, and we fear the worst. Perhaps the aliens who bombarded our original homeworld have returned to finish the job. Please send a ship to investigate. We shall dispatch a ship at once.
Situation log updated.
Excellent. Hopefully it's just a faulty transmitter.
System resources analyzed.
All right. I do really like this quest log, but it is, of course, working as intended in the sense that I'm just being dragged all over the place. I'm gonna put this at the top of the queue just because I have it available. Also, I want to know what the deal is. This should have already been investigated, so let's just take a quick look at what we were working with here. Okay, well, this guy's already on an automated path, so I'm okay with that. Okay, I'm going to change things up a little bit. Did I get a new science ship, or did I just forget to assign someone, or did somebody die and I not realize it? I don't know, but... Oh no, I just never hired the guy, because... Sorry, it's just one of those days. Okay. I think we're back on track. This is a slightly higher priority to me because it's probably going to be a Gaia world. And again, as always, I want to keep a close eye. Okay, again, the food is suspiciously high. Okay, apparently we really are that effective. I'll not question it, but as far as tech goes, we're back on track with everything, so that says to me we should start converting some species. So the high Andigonge is my only last option. This shouldn't take too long, I don't think.
Sit log updated.
Yeah, 4 months, that's not a burden. Minerals, nothing to be done about it really. I can always keep trying to trade it out, but it's a waste of time. But I think I am going to use the proceeds to convert another world. So we've got size 19 is sort of the next largest in the immediate area. 21, which is also within my existing borders. I do actually want to start forming some additional sectors. Like, obviously our frontier sector is not getting any bonuses from an administration. I feel like we're getting close, if not like all the way to... Like, I think Minnesota is a fairly decent capital. Okay, Afris is a size 23, so I actually think in this case this wouldn't hurt to terraform. There is an argument for obviously doing all of this on, you know, on nearby planets. But I think I'm going to start going for size for the next little bit. That's ridiculous how much food we're generating, though.
Construction complete.
Like, we'll probably have the problem where they count as undesirables for a bit. But... Okay, they're on their way to Fatis. Let's get them to build this Starbase. Now, I'm very hesitant to put a world here, for the reason that it's entirely possible the Nanites will come and wipe it out. Oddly enough, it doesn't seem like that's been happening to most of the other systems, but I don't want to allow for that possibility.
System resources analyzed.
I owe you 3 more. Okay. Yeah, and now they're... Okay, no, they get it reapplied. Fair enough. I guess I need to figure out what to do with these guys now. So I believe these are located on... nonsense. That's got to change. Yeah, thought so. I'm pretty sure those are robot. Yeah, they are here. The fact of the matter is that basically... Wait, that doesn't make sense though. So there's one working in the odd factory. But it says there's 3... It says there's 3 of these... It says there's 3 of this particular type of species working on one planet. So what happened to the other 2? Basically, I'm just trying to find a configuration for them that makes them more useful. So I got them working in the odd factory. And presumably they're too dumb to do anything else. Okay, so let's pretend for a little bit. Let's just pretend that all of them are working in an odd factory, which isn't a good assumption. But I guess I'll prioritize whatever I can get out of this type of work, and then farming, 'cause that's presumably where they're going to be assigned. Otherwise, I'm just going to be sitting and looking for this the whole night. So, can also make them expensive. I mean, I can just make them harvesters like the other robot. That probably seems to be the best. Yeah, honestly, I think this makes as much sense as anything.
Sit log updated.
That way I don't need to think about the difference between all the robots. How you doing, the Fire God?
Construction complete.
Okay, so Alvis obviously gets a new shipyard first. Now the real question is, do I want to build a third? Tougher call... Fleet Academy. For our newly recruited crews to be combat ready, they must first have capable officers leading them. The Fleet Academy will ensure that the officers have up-to-date knowledge on the doctrines and practices of interstellar warfare. So Empire minus 25%, I'm not so clear. Yeah, starting experience. Yeah, definitely a Fleet Academy is the way to go here. Okay, as for the rest of my star bases, I think we're already on track to... Yes, so I have the buildings that I need. Aculum is getting the upgrade it needs. Craxima was my choke point, I seem to recall. Well, that's not set in stone, actually, so I could make it Vocon, and it certainly makes a little more well, there isn't actually a specific benefit directly from that system. So Craxima might make sense in that sense. Okay, let's just, before I go too crazy, I want to make sure that I'm not suffering any... Yeah, so there are a couple of piracy problems. Here is particularly vicious. Which is also surprising because the neighboring star bases should actually be working with that. So either there's got to be a benefit for the... See, the thing is, I was really hoping to start building some black sites to get the Unity benefits. But obviously the first thing I need to do is deal with any piracy first. Okay, so obvious gaps in terms of my piracy issues. I suspect at some point I'm going to need to build something along this big chain here. This is just a nightmare. I have no idea how the hell I'm going to handle this, actually. I think redirecting the trade is probably the way I need to handle that. Okay, so they're heading to Alvis, that's fine. Oh, I get what's happening now. Okay, so they seem to be going to Pennec, but it's probably better to put them through Aldebaran. There's a way to assign these. Okay, I've apparently really screwed this up. Oh, okay. I kind of get what they're doing here. So they're taking advantage of the wormhole to build the whole network. Fair enough. That just sucks for actually trying to maintain order here. And I really thought there was a way that you could actually direct how that trade went. Okay, that actually gives me a lot more to think about in terms of setting up defenses. So, against my better judgment... Yeah, this is a tougher call. So, do I want to put the starbase where the potential invasion fleets will be coming in and we say we lose Vocon because it is only 3 energy? Or do I want to aggressively position this right at the front and say, you know, you won't pass? In this case, I think I'm actually going to put it on Craxima. Although I don't have the resources for it, so I don't know why I was paused so long. So that'll knock it down to 14. I'll have space for 5 more. Probably one at Biram.
Our research has progressed.
Tiber's an alpine world now, although we're already where we needed to go with that. Disruptor, this isn't an upgrade for me, so I'm not too concerned about that. Disruptors fire high-energy bolts that weaken and destroy the molecular bonds that hold together the target's constituent atoms. The target's constituent atoms together. They are capable of passing through shields and armor to wreak havoc directly on enemy hull and crew. Okay. I I would have normally gone for quantum field manipulation because it's so cheap, and obviously money will let me build more ships. In this particular case, though, I want the 0-point reactor just because we are power starved on a lot of our fleets. I was going to be so mad if I saw upgrade options available on my my ships here. I think I said I owed them 3 corvettes. Well, there's at least one down.
Special inquiry concluded.
Okay, this is good. We've got access to all of my technicians again, or researchers again. Special project completed. Our investigation on New Baldorak has revealed nothing out of the ordinary. The satellite the colony used to communicate with their capital is still functional as far as we can tell. Open a channel to the planet. Greetings from the New Baldorak Revolutionary Front. We have thrown off the yoke of oppression and are at last free from the tyranny of Baldorak. We have no quarrel with you, Acano Variatus, as long as you refrain from aiding the Baldorak imperialists in their inevitable attempt to crush our revolution. You could help us take the fight to our enemies, however. Would you be willing to deliver one of our commando units to Baldorak? We are not getting involved in your internal dispute. Of course you're not. We wouldn't want the revolution to spread to the oppressed masses in your tyrannical empire. Can't have that. Harrison Jones earned his title as, I don't know, Lord High Muckety Muck. Alright, the Ketlings are happy to let me pass through again. Nice of them, I guess.
Finalized.
I just want to see if I can recruit any more of these monsters. I can. No, I can't.
Construction complete.
It used to say there was a max somewhere. It's a pity. Alright, the Artisan Troop. Esteemed High Queen Merg I, a decade ago, the Akano High Kingdom pledged to support the Artisan Troop, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask. Would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? It's a deal. Yes, it's a very specialized title, not present in the actual lore of the Akano people, but certainly... It certainly has the spirit, let's say. Okay, we're already working on expanding out to Fatis. I normally would love to be working on further expansion in these areas, but it's so obvious that I'm not going to have enough influence to be able to expand out where I want to. So for now, we're just gonna cool it for a bit. Aculum. Right. This is one of my one of my choke points. Star Fortress. These mighty spaceports will provide a focal point for all military activity in a star system, and their presence is sure to deter all but the most stubborn attackers. Oh boy, I have been waiting for this forever. So battleships. Bonus to command limits, but more importantly, I am going to get some very strong units to fill out my ranks. So obviously we're no closer to, well, I mean, we'll be a little closer. No closer to Titans and Colossi, but it'll certainly be something that'll help me start to throw my weight around with these guys. And more importantly, I'll be able to match my rivals here. Interesting. So apparently they don't put any battleships in this one. I want to see what the deal... So they're a bit weak here. 10k. So now I want to know where their main fleet is. Anyways, long story short on this guy, he's probably just going to have to sit around waiting for other opportunity. Oh no, we'll get him to build mining stations so I can finally be on top of things with my gases. I'm kind of waiting for some of these worlds to... I'm waiting for some of these worlds to kind of get back to their population cap or their employment caps, just so I can start Actually, I'm going to have unemployment again here. I think at this point I'm just going to start booting... Yeah, actually I need to start booting the robot technicians because clearly they're better. Oh. Apparently a lot of my cyborg people are just better than the robot workers. Yeah, so I'm going to start kicking out some of these robots. Okay, I speak on behalf of the lawful Dathnak government on Balderak. We have received a manifesto from the group that seized control of New Balderak. And boy, what a bunch of hogwash. These brigands and anarchists are a terrible embarrassment to us. Akano Variatus, will you help us stomp out their little revolution before it spreads and someone actually gets hurt? General Paltanak has prepared an expeditionary force to retake the colony, but we need your help transporting it there. We shall help
Situation
you.
log updated.
We knew we could count on you, Akano Variatus. These rebels won't know what hit them. Alright. So again, where are the closest science ships? That's like the only thing I ever consider. Ah, yes. Okay, well, we'll add them to the queue. So once we get up to 10k energy credits again, I'll be sure to start converting a few more of these worlds. Paradise Lost. All right. After double and triple checking the navigational drive's coordinates, we have been forced to concede that the Mardak Val's paradisical planet would have been, where it should have been are only the desolate plains of a barren world. Though we cannot eliminate the possibility that Mardak's idea of paradise was wildly different from our own, the bomb-scarred surface of Agicles II tells a different story. The ship's captain and crew have not taken the disappointment lightly. So this cannot be. Quadruple check the coordinates.
Situation log updated.
Right. No, this still isn't the battleship fleet. This is the point I suddenly declare war on them. The other thing that kind of annoys me about this raid is that I don't know...
System resources analyzed.
I don't know when they're going to show up, if they show up. So it just means that I'm going to have this big expensive fleet sitting out, not really doing anything for the next little while. I think I'm going to send this to Mintaka. Actually, Mublar has fewer workers, so I think that makes... Oh, it's free jobs. Okay. Well, even then, but I bet it's only technicians. Yep. So Mintaka seems to be the better call. Although I rather suspect that they're not particularly well suited to... Yeah. See, it's kind of a shame that I'm doing this because I really don't need the extra minerals. But again, I can just sell it or I can convert it into something else. Obviously, Tiber is going to be my refinery world. One way or the other, I just need to get the robots off the world, so... Man, they are obsessed with having robot technicians. I'll anticipate it and just move them. This is probably going to cause unemployment. Oh no, it won't, because they're... Yeah, apparently they just want to have
Construction
robot technicians forever. I'm assuming there's some reasoning for it. It makes things a little inconvenient for me. Okay, I'm out of housing on this world. Yeah, I mean, I can build another housing complex. I won't complain about it, but I feel like there's better things that can be done with this world. Okul has 2 jobs left. So Okul is a tech world now. Now the thing is... here we go. Okay, planetary capital first. This one I'm going to build the Research Institute. And it's an open question if I'm ever actually going to build the... I can build 2? That sucks. Because I really want the research. No, I'm going to stick to my guns on this one. I will build the moat harvesting traps, but it's a little premature. Okay, we've got a city district here. Okul will get the research. Tybor is right. I still need to build the basics for them. So bureaucratic complex it is. That'll give me 2 administrator jobs because I have nothing better to do for 6.
System resources analyzed.
I think we're just going to carry on the same pattern that we had before. So this guy's going to build the infrastructure. This guy's going to push out the borders until we run out of influence.
Construction complete.
My outside option, of course, is that I take the fight to... I kind of take the fight to the raiders, and I kind of use the excuse to beat down on my ancient enemy and steal the influence, but I have a feeling that that's something that will blow up in my face. Postcard Perfection. We have finally uncovered Mardak Val's secret. It was when a probe destined for the planet's surface bounced off of its atmosphere that the crew began to suspect Paradia was not what it seemed. Closer studies revealed what looked like the planet's surface was in fact an energy shield upon which a barren world's texture was projected, and hidden below it, a lush Gaia planet reminiscent of the Mardak's prophecies. But that isn't all. As the crew deactivated the shield, they discovered a peaceful Stone Age civilization consisting of a symbiotic union between mammals and fungi who live in crude huts, oblivious to the outside world. The nightmarish vessels live on only as mythical beings in their legends. So, the Mardak Val live, or that is one pretty planet. It'd be a shame if something happened to it. Sounds like a really good use for my armies. Oh, no, it doesn't, because I actually need to take the territory. Okay. Looks like I'm short on... Okay, so 510. Then I need another Corvette. This thing still isn't even remotely close to where I want its power to be, but I'll worry about that a little bit later. I'm starting to wonder about the wisdom of moving this fleet here.
Construction finalized. Construction finalized.
Okay, this is fine because when they get another... Oop, recycling campaign... this is an interesting question. How long are the curators going to want? We should be able to afford it, but the question is, do I really want to keep doing recycling campaigns when the point of that was to lower my consumer goods upkeep? I suspect we'll probably take a hit on this, but I suspect we will be able to get by. Arguably healthcare or education would be more appropriate here, so I think I'm going to let that edict die. Yeah, we'll be fine. Okay, Naf Gravas. Again, this used to be conquered, so now I kind of need to decide what the next best step for all this stuff is. I've started with the sort of system in a box approach. The thing is that I still have existing jobs that aren't really being filled. I think in this particular case, I will...
System resources analyzed.
Against my better judgment, I am going to put down a research... No, actually a slave processing facility seems to make a lot... Why? And how in the holy hell are we... are we eating these robots? You know, that's my bad. Yeah, we lost one of them to that. Okay, that's a shame, but that's also life. Yeah, this is all fine. Okay, so knowing what I know now, I would say... Yeah, we've got a huge slave population, so I'm surprised I didn't build the slave processing facility already. Riak is a forge world, so I need a great reason why I don't want to put another alloy mega forge down. Again, I'll just take a look at what my options are. Well, see, technically it does need... If I'm going to follow my patterns, it does actually need another... it needs a research station. It's really hard for me to justify that choice when it's a forge world. So in this particular case, I'm gonna jump the queue. I have such a surplus of volatile motes in this... Nah, see, it doesn't make sense though, because I'm already generating like 100 more food than I actually need. There it is. Okay, so we did make the right call. The question is whether or not we're going to get it on time. We should have enough to take them out. We're looking at 414.24 versus... yeah, so we have the numbers... Oh yeah, no, we have everything, so... And honestly, I mean, they're not like the most terrifying admiral that I'm going to go up against, so... I feel bad that I'm doing this upgrade here because obviously I need to put some money into the strategic readiness fleet, but... Okay, I need to also make some decisions here, so I want to make sure it's... I believe the best way to get to the choke point that I want is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just going to double check. Actually, it doesn't matter. But I do get more planets this way. So.
Construction finalized.
Obviously, the aim here is the shortest route, because once I claim this, then I just get the rest of this at my leisure. But
Construction finalized.
My one regret, of course, is that this is a 12th of the strength that it needs to be, so... Well, it'll be a stronghold, so it'll probably get a little bit of a boost, but... How... I shouldn't have thrown away the strategic readiness fleet so quickly. I do want to see if Alvis can produce another cruiser. It can! So I'll owe it 2 more.
Planetary worksite established.
Okay, that's great news. So if it's going to be anything, it will be an agriculture world. Again, not that I need agriculture, but... so I'll put 2 of those up and a city district. Is that right? Yeah, because I get 6 housing out of that. So that'll be the first 5 jobs on the planet take. Actually, I don't need... I just need 1 of those. Because we already have 2 people working in the station, so I just need 3 jobs. So my suspicion here is we'll lose the station, but before they're able to take any slaves, we should be able to face them. Now, the one thing I'm not clear about on the raiders, because I get them so infrequently, is
System resources analyzed.
I'm not 100% sure if they keep coming back, or if you just need to defeat them once. Either way, we're about to find out.
Construction complete.
Now, the really good news will be if this thing can actually hold them off for a little while, in time for the main fleet to arrive. But I'm kind of doubtful about these guys showing up when they need to.
Together we will build a brighter future.
Okay, survey's good, construction's good, and command matrix, so ship fire rate 5%, just in time. Restructuring the chain of command and deciding what interdependencies are set between officers make fleets more responsive and effective. So, we will move on. I can either boost up my naval capacity if I want to go down the route of terraforming. Climate restoration will be a good one for me. So, it's 31 months. I can also try and lower my costs for war. See, 5% resource bonus on everything. And it's the cheapest. I think I know what I'm going for.
Mining operation lost.
Okay, that's not great, but it'll give something for my construction ships to do. Losing 2 energy is not the end of the world. The longer we make them wait here, the
Construction finalized.
The better off I am. I mean, the thing is that if they're going to be raiding Ofang, or Gravis, in the end, this is going to mean that I lose slaves. But we'll see how long it takes.
Construction finalized.
Okay, we're 1 system away, so I don't think the costs for this raid will be too devastating. And we get something to watch.
Hostile
Surprise!
engaged.
That guy had a bad day.
System resources analyzed. Construction complete.
And stay out! The Istran fleet that vowed to raid our space has been destroyed as the result of a fleet action in the Ofang system. No survivors have been reported or found amongst the debris. Let this be a lesson to their kind. Alright, let's see the Butcher's Bill. We lost 9 corvettes in that. Okay, that's going to be an important lesson for the future. I think I'm going to cannibalize the other fleet for that, but we might as well just start cranking out replacements. So I owe you 3. Wait, yeah. Really? You and what army? I don't even know where that system is. I mean, technically they still have a couple of places left. All right, my mocking of my enemies aside, I do actually have work to do on these worlds. So let's start by putting up a bureaucratic... let's start by upgrading. Finalized. Then we can put down the bureaucratic complex. Okay, fine. Different econos. And... right. So this guy's going to do the repair work. Where's the other construction ship, though? Ah, yes. Okay. I also should be considering my next colony ship. So Fargus seems like a decent enough choice. Also, I know what I should be putting bases on. Rather than worrying about my choke points right now, I should be putting them on all of the wormholes. With the possible exception of Vite, because I already control the other side of that one. So yeah, before I forget. Finalized. Again, we're still laughing in terms of starbase capacity, so I don't have too much to worry about.
Special inquiry concluded.
Special project completed. Several freighters under the escort of the ISS Jal Waden have dropped the cargo canisters carrying the Dathnak Expeditionary Force into New Baldorak's atmosphere. Moments later, flashes can be seen coming from beneath the gas giant's cloud layer. The fighting appears to have started. Now we wait and see what happens next. Okay, I'm going to need 1 starbase here. We're already working on the new starbase here, or will be. Wormhole's taken care of. L-Gate we don't own. Yeah, so I still have a surplus, although at some point I also need to start taking care of my... I do also need to start taking care of my... the gaps in my trade routes. Are you always so charming when you first come into a chat, there, Thur? Okay, General Palthanak here, speaking from New Baldorak. Operation Gaseous Fury has been a complete success. All primary objectives have been seized and government control has been restored to all atmospheric sectors. Aside from a few holdouts, most rebel units have surrendered or been routed. Much obliged for the support, Akanos Viriatus. If you'll excuse me, I need to transmit a casualty report to Baldorak. Palthanak out. A well-executed operation. Okay. I don't see a lot of sense in upgrading these buildings, especially because, I mean, the volatile moats I have the surplus of, so if I'm going to upgrade anything, the foundries make the most sense, but every time I do that, that's somebody who could be working in a lab that no longer is. So, no, hang on. This was the one that needed the research center because I upgraded the capital. So with that in mind, that's going to get science director, so we have 4 jobs, and we're already at 41, so that'll take us to the 45. Okay, Kabji, I think, has the same story. We probably want to build a research institute, but we can't because we need the next building. So that's going to be the same story once again. Once the planetary administration's built, we'll put a bureaucratic complex. And Kabji... we just worried about, again, losing track of things. Which I suppose means that you all need to, you should probably get the apology for the Elder Scrolls cast tomorrow, because if I'm like this during Stellaris, God only knows how I'm going to be reacting to Elder Scrolls for 3 hours immediately after this. Asteroid Fauna, amazingly, while conducting their survey of 234-981, the crew of the ISS Ersk Bovum picked up several life signs coming from within the asteroid. There appears to be a colony of large burrowing worm-leg lithivores within the rock, which has been riddled with tunnels. These unique life forms have somehow adapted to life in the coldness of space. These creatures should be studied. Well, they will be, because I will own them. But I have a few other priorities before we add that to my collection. All right. One of our fleets has gone missing in action, the ISS Jal Imikun. I wish I knew where that thing was. And apparently the Ersk... oh, that's right, because I didn't have anything else for them to do. Okay, I'll just set them on Automated Explore. Again, it's less of a worry. I originally wanted to see the branch in terms of figuring out the higher priority. But there is only one priority, which is to take Biram. So in that case, it's just a matter of finding the shortest route rather than... trying to find out which has the more desirable resources, because I can always head back and plug in the gaps. And of course, my cohesion is still well within parameters, so I'm not particularly worried about any kind of penalties stemming from that. Okay, so now we should be able to build my delicious bureaucratic complex, because why not have too much unity? Also, I keep forgetting that for the heritage buildings, you don't actually suffer any penalties, or you don't, not penalties, but you don't need any specialized resources for those. So in this case, I can also upgrade that one right away. It's obviously not something I need to do immediately, but it would help. I believe I need the upgrade to finish before I can give them a research institute. It'd be kind of nice if you could queue up the dependencies. So like if you know you have a planetary capital in the queue, it'd be nice if you could just select the research institute so you don't need to have to check it, because obviously I'm very forgetful. I still need to build 3 more corvettes plus the difference for the strategic readiness. Let's get that out of the way right now. Wrong one. And then the other fleet. So it should be 2 more destroyers, 4 more corvettes. And I owe them 1. I might as well just hang around in this menu because I should get it next month.
Construction finalized.
Anyways, yeah, so when I get the construction notifications, that's usually the sign, hey, dummy, you know, tend to your empire. But obviously when there's just a bunch of when there's a bunch of other stuff demanding my attention, it's like losing that living planet modifier. It's just one of these things where if it's not immediately jumping in your face,
System resources
you sometimes forget the long-term strategy.
Construction finalized.
Okay. Why did I upgrade you again? Because you're in a wormhole, right? So this thing will be bristling with weapons, but to be completely frank, if anything comes through this wormhole right now, they are just going to demolish me, and it won't matter what weapons I have there. So, Sosta. Let's give them a hand. This, unfortunately, is going to be the way life is on Old Albania. I obviously don't want to turn off the drone assembly, but it's just going to have to, every once in a while, I'm going to have to manually intervene. The nice thing, of course, I have mixed feelings in terms of how they changed this, so I think it makes a lot of sense. Actually, can I finally get rid of these infuriating robot technicians? Hallelujah. Okay, so we'll be a little under capacity on the capital, but I can live with that. So I really do, again, just... What? We received a transmission from the Artisan Troop. One of their stations has been destroyed. In Trinit. Those barbarians. Clearly, we need to declare war and exact revenge. It is very tempting to just do a humiliate war on them and take the influence, but my fleets move so slowly. It's not quite worth it right now. There's another point I was going to make. Right, so in terms of construction, so again, as with everything else in terms of Megacorps, you have these mechanics which are designed to sort of bring more specializations to your planet. So I tend to have at least one tech system. There are obvious candidates for things like, hey, I need to, focus a little bit more on alloys on this planet because it doesn't necessarily have any natural resources on its own. I'm reasonably happy with this sort of colony in a box approach. Obviously, the food sort of crept up on me out of nowhere. Part of that, I think, was just because I planted the seeds for some really good food production planets, and then once we got a bunch of percent-based bonuses, that number exploded. But on the other hand, once all of this terraforming is done and these colonies start growing at the rate that I want them to, it's going to seem like I have not enough in terms of food. So I'll enjoy the surplus while I have it, because I'm sure in 3 or 4 weeks I'm going to be wondering what happened to that time when I had 100 food. But yeah, on the other hand, there's something about... So one of the things that's really nice about all of the expansions to Stellaris is they do tend to do that quality of life stuff where, hey, I'm pushing this button a whole lot. I would like it if I didn't have to push this button so much. Usually the upgrades that usually the improvements that they make in the DLC prevent those moves. But as it is right now, because my capital world has a robot assembly plant, and I find it beneficial for robots to be placed on my colonies, it helps the population growth. A lot of them tend to start off with jobs which are resource extraction, which robots are particularly well suited for. The challenge becomes I need to I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. There isn't a monthly, robot shipping kind of decision that you can make. So it means that every once in a while I get an unemployment warning and I have to go in and manually intervene, which is, it is not the hardest problem in Stellaris, but it's just one of these few cases where there was a change that was introduced in the game which winds up making you do a little bit more manual intervention than you normally would. Okay, a group of investigators have found a hidden factory on Sosta Prime. The building is in its state of decay, tells of an old civilization, one that excelled at constructing things that stood the test of time. Our population would easily be able to use the facility to add to the colony's production output. Well, I'm not going to complain about having 2 odd factories in my empire. Oh, that's really interesting. Apparently that guy just decided to come in to say something stupid and leave. Oh, and apparently I've completely neglected the fact that I can research the corpses of the raiders. So instead of... I mean, don't get me wrong, it'll be very cool to take a look at what the research Fallen Empire has, but I think I would much rather look at the fancy tech. Okay, Kabji's got its upgrade, which means it gets its research institute. The crew we assigned to work the odd factory on Sosta Prime has disappeared. We could send in a new workforce to take their place, or we could raise the facility to the ground, making sure that this will not happen again. It still suits our needs. Okay. This is unfortunate. We no longer have any interest in maintaining this non-aggression pact. We have limited our diplomatic options for too long. Now, the good news here is that the duration of the non-aggression pact allowed me to push my fleet power to equivalent. So the net benefit to me was, you know, we bought some time. As for the rest of it, I don't know. Like, I'm not going to open my borders to them, that's for sure. The part that makes it tricky is... So the Sondrithian allied planets... These are really kind of the axis on which the galaxy turns right now. Overwhelming power compared to me, and the defensive pacts that they have are inconvenient. So, you know, the fact of the matter is, when I take a look at my, you know, sort of my placement, we're doing all right. The Visari definitely has widened the gap. Actually, I'm kind of curious in terms of where the tech is. Okay, so it looks like these guys are actually widening the gap as far as technology. I'm going to need to think about this for a little bit then. It is also worth considering, like, when you just look at raw score, this is a noisy signal. So... You know, you look at this difference here, you're like, oh, wonderful, you know, I'm so much further ahead of them. Well, not really. I mean, once you account for the 5,000 in terms of relics collected, not quite as impressive. And the other trick here is there's really no good way for me to halt their science advances. There really seems to be something about these guys. They seem to be getting a lot of mileage out of their territories. Because, like, population-wise,
System resources analyzed.
We're almost neck and neck. I suppose one thing... Yeah, so, I mean, in terms of efficiency, even though we have the same...
Scientific progress attained.
Even though we have the same populations, it is fair to say that I'm much more spread out. And even though I do have these science sectors, they're still sort of on their way towards being built. So, yeah. I mean, it's really hard for me to say that I'm not going, you know, I shouldn't be investing more. But what I do think I should be doing, so we've got the Kabji system here, Capital World, I can never remember which one it is, Ceradon. So... Ninji is now a higher colonization target. And the reason behind this essentially is, so when I look at my expansion options, we've got Mublar, Okul, Ceradon, and Kabji is inside of it. Oh, then I guess I could possibly also include Galam. Anyways, the idea here is that I want to be investing in systems that I can turn into science planets, essentially. So while I do want to sort of start cleaning up the frontier sector and taking advantage of governors there, I'm clearly starting to fall behind in terms of technologies. And the expansion that I'm doing here will eventually pay off. But this is going to be a very long-term investment, and I need to make sure that I'm getting the tech to sort of close this gap. Now, as far as fleet strength, that's another question. I really need to figure out what's going on with their fleets to make them so strong. But so long as they don't gain a front line against me, I can sort of put this off. But essentially, because they have defensive pacts with sort of my most likely invasion targets, I need to be very careful in terms of what happens with them. The Zethorians, on the other hand, it is well within my power to take them out. Okay. Thinking outside the box merely places you in another somewhat larger box, so we should be seeing the effects of this. Actually, they might already be in now, but I feel like we should have a big boost to our energy credits if that's true. Habitability modification, that's very expensive for something I don't really want to do. Interstellar warfare if I have to, because it's cheap and the command limit will actually become a factor when I get battleships. Or I can go for the cheap commerce megaplex. I think I'm going to go for the commerce megaplexes because obviously I'm starting to get a little frustrated having to find jobs for everyone. So converting one building on Old Albania to a commerce megaplex will give me a bunch of money, and it will also it'll take care of the job situation. I'm going to preempt the sort of the alert that I'm at my max for food, and I'm just going to start automatically I'm going to start automatically giving the surplus to the systems. Now, unfortunately, I have forgotten what the IOUs were. So, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to take out 9 regular. I think they're all going to be regulars, unfortunately. Oh, no, we've got some experience, so. So that's reserved for the Grand Herald. Actually, as it is, I can just merge them now. Yeah, they're not that far away. And in terms of what I'm left with, so I'm missing 1 Corvette. I can start that right now. And unfortunately, I'm a bit light on the cruiser. So let's say rather than... I won't start with the upgrade right away. I'm gonna get Eller Station up to the quality of the others. I do need to start thinking about upgrading to the Star Fortress. Unfortunately, that's a fairly expensive one. But I suppose the question is, do I want to make that decision like now when I can afford to? Should have done this earlier. Arcane Deciphering. With the while the artifacts we are researching have not yielded an immediate breakthrough, they are accelerating research in all fields. So 60 months, 10.
System resources analyzed.
Okay, I can live with this. I mean, this is all stuff that I'm
Anomalous
not really going to be able to
readings
take advantage of. So, an object that reflects our sensors has been located in the Toropia asteroid field near CP 01354F. Visual observation has identified the object as polygonal in shape, but due to a lack of scanner data, little else is known. My God, Ponce, thank you very much for that host. I was actually just getting ready to wrap up, so I suppose turnabout is fair play. I know I do that to you all the time. How the hell are you sponsors doing? And what were you playing tonight? While I get answers to these pressing questions. Battleships, the largest of the standard military vessels. Battleships are traditionally heavily armored and sport several gun batteries. So this is going to be a big bonus. And in fact, I'm going to hold off on upgrading my star bases until I get some serious battleship investment in. So this is a point where I should start considering the living metal. I don't need the mineral. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I've got so many inexpensive things, and then I have like awesome stuff like neutronium armor. Let's bite the bullet and say it is high time we invested in living metal. You're practicing Mortal Kombat for Evo, and then you pretended to play League of LoL for a little bit. That's still a thing? I heard there was a rumor I heard once upon a time that Tencent was unhappy with the performance of League. But you always hear that, like, you hear those rumors all the time with all companies. Like, everybody, like, there's never a quarter where EA isn't about to collapse, right? Like, people like or dislike a company, and it's going to be like every quarter for CD Projekt Red is going to be amazing, and every quarter for EA is going to be terrible, and it, you know, it's usually the opposite. This one will actually be kind of, so for those of you who do like following this business stuff, EA announces earnings at the end of trading tomorrow. This will be an interesting one because there have been a couple of sort of earnings disappointments. And I think to the credit of EA's board, they've kept Andrew Wilson, but I know there is sort of there's a point at which sort of investors' patience runs out, and it'll be really interesting to see whether or not they are in line with sort of a long-term vision of the company and he has the support, or it winds up being a disappointing quarter and they just don't have the patience to see the thing turn around. Because the fact of the matter is, if there are structural problems inside of EA that led to sort of Anthem not being what people expected, I think, by the way, those are structural problems in BioWare, which obviously is a subsidiary of EA, but I don't think it's an EA-wide problem. Like, FIFA's still making money, NHL's still good. But yeah, obviously, you know, AAA game development isn't the sort of thing that you can, like, you don't develop a game like what EA puts out in a quarter. So any changes to their marketing strategy, so like actually the marketing strategy is a perfect example of the sort of thing where EA probably has some room to change. But you wouldn't necessarily see that until there's another high-profile release. So while I thought a lot of the dialogue around Battlefield 5 was incredibly stupid, the fact of the matter is that the intended audience for the game did not receive the message that it was supposed to, and as a result, the game undersold. So I think it's perfectly capable for a company of EA's size and talent to be able to overcome challenges like that. But whether or not, you know, the board and the shareholders, I like distinguishing between the two because shareholders don't necessarily hold the boards to account, and boards don't necessarily act in shareholders' interests all the time. But yeah, obviously, you need to have people who are sort of aware of how these things work and willing to give the executive team enough time to actually seriously work through the issues. And we'll see whether or not that happens. It'll be interesting. I'm actually slightly more interested in these quarterly earnings than I am in some of the other ones. So anyways, that monologue out of the way. Just looking over some info for the new champion rework thing. So is champions what they call heroes in League? I might be reading more into what you were saying there, Ponce. And you certainly imagine they aren't doing as well as they have been, giving the shrinking audience and interest. We'll see how well they manage to cash through the popularity of teamfight tactics. I mean, okay, cool. Like, one of the things I did not know about teamfight tactics, but like when I saw you playing it, I was actually rather impressed at what Riot had sort of put together in such a short period of time. Like, it's fascinating to see, if you look at like Battle Royale and how long that went from sort of what people would kind of consider to be the first sort of recognizable one. I rather regret not seeing what tech I just researched. I was too slow on the space bar. It's been really, like, that's still a process of a couple of years. This, the fact that there are now like 3 or 4 reasonably well fleshed out like variations on auto chess, it's fascinating to just see how quickly this process has been specialized. Like, it's really at a point here where the people who created the genre may be too late in their entry. Which I suspect is one of the reasons why, player-known Battlegrounds and Dota and all that are really trying to push user-generated content, because, of course, it gives them an edge to have stuff developed on their platform. Riot is in their element when they're ripping off other people's better ideas. Well, see, this is the thing. Actually, so I've more or less gone into the stratosphere and have abandoned any talk of Stellaris. Let me just read this entry here. There's an interesting sort of thing that's happening when Riot does that sort of stuff. So, Puzzling Polygon, the ISS Ersk Bovum. By the way, have you ever played this game, Ponce? For those of you who do not know him, Ponce is an extremely measured streamer who I used to call a League streamer, but he's really not a League streamer. He more has like League relapses. But he's a really fun guy in person. Again, stoic as hell, so it's sometimes hard to get a read on that when you're watching him. But I actually really like that feature, because obviously MMOs and stuff like that are sort of known for questionable attitudes towards the game. I've always kind of wondered about that, because last I checked, you're not allowed to keep the gold at the end of the game. But he's a really nice guy, and I've never been a huge fighting games guy, but I did notice that I started looking at what I had in my library after Ponce went on a particular, like, I think he did Soul Calibur, Street Fighter, and like Mortal Kombat within a few weeks of each other, and I'm like, okay, I got to see what's going on with this. But he's again, great guy. Got to meet him in Vancouver. I deeply miss Vancouver, and Ponce is certainly one of the reasons for that. So if you've not followed him already, I highly recommend that you do so. Okay, Puzzling Polygons. The ISS Ersk Bovum crew has recovered the reflective polygonal object near CP01354F, bringing it on board for a detailed study. The object's most intriguing quality is its ability to reflect most types of low-frequency energy beams directed towards it. High-frequency energy beams, however, remain unaffected, making the object's properties useless with regard to any potential fleet defense applications. Despite extensive examination, the ISS Ersk Bovum research team has been unable to determine the function or origin of this particular polygon. It appears to be hollow, but its metalloid surface is engraved with some kind of scientific notation. Though the full meaning of this codified data eludes us, Tupratoros believes it relates to wormhole metrics. Our research team was able to glean some fascinating insights into wormhole theory by studying these notations. Whatever purpose this object was created for, however, is still a mystery. Disconcerting. 250 physics. I will gladly hold your water for you as you do, Evo Ponce. So, to the point of Riot sort of doing a good job of lifting other people's ideas. So there was a really unfortunate thing that happened to. Also, let me pick some. Leader lifespan's pretty tempting, but the greater good, I think, is better. One, because of governing ethics, but also then the amenities usage. So our entire population takes comfort in the knowledge that they are working together for the greater good, each one a small but important part of a vastly larger whole. Governing ethics attraction increased by 25%. This should also have a nice little side effect of boosting my influence. Next up, physics research. So we finished whatever we were looking for. Particle lance would be pretty sweet. But I think in this particular case here, we'll go for the cheaper technology, which also happens to give me better research. So we'll work on that. And of course, I have more expensive upgrades that I can do. Okay, we'll start with these guys because the Grand Herald needs to repair first. The Visaris are angry at the Kenti. The Kenti are angry at the Visari. Now, I'm in a defensive pact, so that's a little worrying. But fortunately, they don't border each other. Once they do border each other, though, I may want to consider dropping the defensive pact. Okay, so, the story... Hang on. Yes. So, in terms of Vlambeer, these are the people who did, like, Nuclear Throne, and, I mean, Rami Esmail is probably the better-known sort of face of the operation.
Complete.
Okay, good news. They did, I think it was Ridiculous Fishing, and there's an actual problem in terms of, especially mobile games, the problem of cloning. Oh, that's really cool. I know Eyes of Sin has also met Rami, so apparently all the cool people I know have met this very interesting game developer, but I only know of him from his interviews. Right, the Econo Nation, we no longer have any interest in maintaining this non-aggression pact. We have limited our diplomatic options for too long. So the good news is that, I mean, I don't need to worry so much about... the losses, but they are allied with the wrong people. So I'm not going to burn the bridges yet, but I do. The worst that could happen would be this little group winds up being sort of a de facto federation. Actually, so what's their relationship with the Visari? That's bad. So these guys actually get along well enough, but they hate me and my allies, and me and my allies are split across the galaxy. Rob Stock says he'd love to see a decent port of one of Paradox's game to mobile. Battletech seems like a prime candidate. That's a really good point, Rob Stark, because XCOM worked so well on mobile. I have a feeling that probably the demands would be a little too high, but I feel like there's a way you could probably strip down some of the more intensive features. From what I understand, by the way, I believe Paradox, like, if you listen to the podcast, it really does seem like Paradox is actively pursuing mobile, but I believe they also are trying to figure out how it works for their model. I was actually going to find a Paradox angle for this too, but obviously I'm all over the map and I'm half an hour past when I was going to finish. So Vlambeer put out this game called Ridiculous Fishing, but before the game was sort of finished... Why are you facing unemployment? I mean, for lack of anything better to do, I will give you agriculture. Oh, unemployed slaves. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe I don't want agriculture. Maybe I just want to resettle this so that they can go... Yeah, let's put them on Sasta. That way they can, we'll spread our slaves out across different systems. Can you tell one nation that the other one is talking shit about it behind its back? I wish I could, but they all don't really like me. And in fairness, I mean, I am xenophobic, so we are like racist dwarves.
Construction complete.
So, long story short on ridiculous fishing, basically someone saw this thing working and thought it was such a good idea that they did their own Rush version, which came out before ridiculous fishing. And apparently it got like a lot of attention. So in this sense, crap. I didn't want to do that. So I gotta find the Grand Herald in the stack and... If I didn't do that, presumably it would be dismantled. So yeah, at this point, I mean, it's a fairly famous story. And there's actually, so there's a really good game called Threes, but you probably know it as like, God, it's like 2048 or something like that. It's that game where you like move the stacks. So if you've not played Threes, I highly recommend that you check it out. There should be a free version of it that basically asks you to watch an ad if you want to keep playing. That is a much more polished game, and that was the game that actually created that genre. But the other game with, you know, less visual fidelity and, you know, the Rush job was the one that really got a lot of attention because, of course, it didn't cost anything and the person put it out relatively quickly. So cloning is a problem that game developers face because it's a little bit like patents, right? It's really hard to research a drug and get it approved, but it's relatively straightforward to manufacture a drug. And this is one of the reasons why patents are so important to the pharmaceutical industry. We will upgrade, so I think we get... Is it just the one enforcer job? Huh, okay. So I need 4. Right, we give them the bureaucratic complex afterwards. Underlord seems like a much more polished game as far as you can tell, but TFT will drown it. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I haven't seen that much of TFT. I think TFT has an edge in terms of the player base, though. So we'll see. Or sorry, not player base. No, sorry. Actually, we're on the same page then. Yeah, if TFT will... I think TFT's... Basically, I see the battle lines kind of falling on the same... Sort of along the same lines. But we'll see, right? But yeah, so the cloning thing, like, in one sense, it sucks that you have developers who put a lot of time and sort of energy, and of course energy translates into a monetary expense because clearly developers don't work for free. In that sense, you have the people who are doing these innovations and they're not necessarily seeing the rewards of it. But on the other hand, it's also how we wind up with unique takes on genres, and it's ultimately how we see progress. Obviously, the Battle Royale model, until Fortnite kind of came in, did involve a premium model where you would buy a base game and you know, and then you'd also buy, you know, the DLC or the, you know, the season's passes or whatever. And of course, Fortnite has changed that. Fortnite is free. Apex Legends is free. And then, of course, you also have people adding sort of battle royales to existing games, which doesn't really quite count as free. Let me just read this item here. Commerce Megaplexes. As we journeyed into the cosmos and ventured beyond our home system, we also entered a new era of economics. New markets are appearing at a startling rate, and economic theorists are struggling to keep up. So I'm not quite ready to actually start... I'm not ready to start punching neighbors. I definitely don't need a 20% bonus to food. So in this case, we'll do selected lineages. Careful reproductive planning should be incentivized, lest we waste valuable genetic legacies. This will make my leader cost go up, but honestly, we're already experiencing a lot of costs. So I'm going to quickly switch things around. I'm going to put the exile on liquid metal research. That's just so I can get a little bit faster. The research output is obviously a high priority too. It's just not as high as the other ones. Hey Sungif, I'll warn you I'm wrapping up relatively soon. But Ponce came in, so he bought us a little extra time to hear me rant. But yeah, obviously this is where we see progress come from. And I think it's right that our restrictions in terms of gaming IP is not so heavy that people can't kind of come in and build a better mousetrap. But there are costs to that in the sense that we risk creating a situation in which game developers don't have the same incentives to create things that we ultimately enjoy. If the people who make auto chess can't realize the benefit of having made auto chess, if that goes to Riot or Valve or some other group that we haven't heard of, there's always going to be modders. There's always going to be people who do make things for the fun of it, but it's likely that we're not going to see the level of development that we otherwise would have. So of course the next thing that you have as a really interesting case is paradox, and I think this kind of comes into one of the points that Rob Stark is making, is like paradox is almost a genre unto itself. And what I think is so interesting here is that, like, what stops people from making Paradox clones? There are definitely games that are Paradox-like. I played Real Politics, and I was quite hopeful for it. But it definitely does not have the same depth of other Paradox games. Of Paradox games. There are a lot of games that kind of try to take on the mantle of this style of grand strategy, but they definitely struggle to kind of capture the level of interest. Like, I would argue, for all that people disliked Imperator Rome, I would propose to you that none of the games that are clearly inspired by Paradox and want to take up the mantle of grand strategy games, I would propose to you that none of them are to the level of quality of Imperator. Now, obviously, I liked Imperator. I still like Imperator. But even if you dislike it, I would argue to you that Real Politics is still not at the level of Imperator. So this is, of course, one of the ways that you can protect yourself. Like, the thing is that a game like this is really hard to make. Never mind that, Stellaris is beautiful looking. Like, if you were to try and reduce this thing down to a spreadsheet, you would still have a nightmare to try and find out how all the systems interact in such in a way that's a rewarding game rather than just an opaque nightmare. Like, I think most new players wind up finding the game. And I don't know, I kind of find that interesting. Paradox, when you look at this strategy of putting out a new game and then supporting it, so like I think Crusader Kings is on something like 6 or 7 years. There's this constant development that goes into it, but I also have to suspect that the selection that they make is an IP that can sustain that level of support. And I also think that happens to mean something that doesn't lend itself towards being easily imitated. So despite the fact that Paradox does sort of seem to have made a genre, it really seems like people haven't quite been able to crack the code to make it feel like what they're obviously trying to imitate. Vexatia says, I think something like a Paradox game, they're so horrifically broad and intricate and complex that it's very hard to make one without the institutional knowledge and experience that Paradox themselves have built up in-house over time. Yeah, exactly. That's a much more elegant way of putting what I'm largely trying to say. That obviously Paradox has got sort of the secret sauce, which, even though, like, if you think of the level like access you have to the stuff that makes this game work. Like modding, go in, you can find out everything that you want to know about all of the, all of the different events inside of this. There's arguably very few secrets inside of very hard to replicate. The other example that I can think of this is like if you look at Minecraft and Ark and Raft and like all of these other ones, it seems that there's just this insatiable appetite for sort of these survival crafting style games. And in that case, it's sort of, this one's an interesting one because it sort of feels like you can't just sit down and put crafting mechanics in a game. That will turn people off. But that's another one where it sort of seems that there's sort of ready replication of those systems, and yet there seems to be enough of a demand for those ones where, with a sufficiently interesting spin, like it seems that you can come up with a new one and still do reasonably well. I suspect that's probably why they got Prison Architect, actually, because that seems to lend itself towards that, and probably will work well on mobile. Actually, no, Paradox already has Prison Architect mobile. What am I saying? Okay, studying something from the limited perspective of a single-dimensional reality does not paint the whole picture. Every angle must be considered. So, as much as I would love to go for phase disruptors to gain a real technological edge, I think I am going to start investing in sort of the low-tech stuff to boost us up. I'm hoping the living metal will be an investment that allows us to start throwing our weight around a little bit. And what I'll do is I will secure our last choke point, and then I think we'll call it a night. Does anybody have any final thoughts? Oh, Ponce, did you read my blog? You're one of the people I'm going to be really insistent about reading the blog stuff. Okay, presumably the slave population is even more unhappy about the... so yeah, base 50, 40... Yeah, it really doesn't matter what type of world it is. These guys are miserable. But they shouldn't have looked at me funny.
Construction complete.
What's so interesting about these guys is
Surplus
that
analyzed.
they're still at war, but they're trying to put claims on me. You've not seen anything on Twitter? Oh, it's another... So apparently I cannot stop writing blogs about the Epic Games Store. I wasn't going to. I have like 2 others that I've been writing. But VG247 put out an editorial that I thought was rather unfair and not all that illuminating. So I decided to go once more onto the breach. This is 2 jobs, 4 jobs, 5 will be good. I did. The thing on this one was
Ships upgraded.
I at least on this one didn't call people morons. It occurred to me that while I've been writing a lot of Epic Games Store articles, I've also almost universally they've had sort of like a hostile tone to them, which is fine because honestly those are the ones that get read more. But I decided that seeing as it's really clear that there's a big difference between what's actually going on and the most common arguments that you'll sort of hear against it, I decided I was like, okay, one more one. I'm not allowed to say anything nasty, and it will be a very frank, but like deliberately laying out the case in a way that is not intended to upset people. Analysis of the situation. So what kind of blog doesn't call people morons? Yeah, I know. seeing as I'm going to be wrapping up soon anyway, let me just hop over to... I could just give this to Ponce directly, but maybe I will get more than 3 people reading it. If I... There you go. The sad thing is when you look at recent posts, you're going to see that like the last 5 have been about Epic. So I swear, unless there's like a huge new dramatic event, I'm done blogging about the Epic store for the next little while. Plasma thrusters, physics research, society research, engineering. Okay, cool. It looks like, I don't know if that's always been the case, but it's actually nice that you get a point-based bonus if you already own the tech. Or at least that seems to be what's going on. Okay. I would love to build up the strategic readiness fleet, but we need some battleships. I'm going to start with 2, but I probably can't afford them. Also, before I do that, I know the AI is going to give me a crappy battleship, so I need to design something a little more consistent with... Yeah, hell no. Interesting. So I'm not sure why I changed these, but... New battleship. I'll go for the same sort of pattern, so broadside, broadside, broadside. Oh, these are cruisers. Oh, hang on. Okay, broadside carrier artillery. Okay, that was a little less painful than I thought it would be. I'm going to just hit autocomplete for now. This doesn't make any sense at all. So they go for a 10% shield bonus on a ship that does not have shields. To say nothing of the fact that obviously they're going for the lower tech shield. Although I sort of understand why that is. So what's the expected damage difference? Slightly less. Interesting. I'm not sure I feel happy with that. So lasers and null beams. No, I didn't save it. This is still kind of experimental, but I just kind of want to see how it goes. Apparently they went for a siphon here. This is less sensible to me. Oh, I get it. I think I know why they do it that way. Okay, so as a hypothetical, What are we looking at here? So does more damage. I mean, it costs... Wait, this costs less? Jesus Christ. So yeah, the last question here would be... Like, the regenerative hull tissue would be pretty spiffy, but I don't think any of my other ships have it, so it's kind of a... Anyways, yeah, I'm a lot more comfortable with a ship that looks like that. Oh yeah, no worries, Ponce. I mean, there was a nice word that was offered on it at the beginning of the cast, which made me feel good. I have often wondered about whether or not I should keep doing the blogs. So I always appreciate it when people read it, but it's sort of never a requirement. I'm really kicking the can down the road on Craxima. I also kind of hate that I'm about to spend a strategic resource on this, but it is actually a decent world to do this on, so. How many slaves have you got? Apparently they got one somewhere, I just can't see it. Okay, so we're building the energy nexus. I mean, I can build strongholds, I can build... There's so much stuff that I can build to just try and push it down, but I need to think about what I'm actually going to use this planet for. Okay, well, I'll at least get one job. I'll be able to think about it, because honestly, I'm not going to make a sensible decision tonight anyway. Let's get rid of that robot technician. We can't have him stealing honest Econo jobs. Looks like Sosfa is still the place to go, so... Or Sosta.
System resources analyzed.
Anyways, yeah, so I've often debated about whether or not I should keep doing the blog, because, like, in terms of the stream, it still sort of seems to get enough... The Istani trade union is no longer a valid rival. Interesting. That's going to hurt my influence. Aha! All right. I'm actually going to break my commitment, because we are going to vassalize the crap out of this guy next stream. I don't want to take a second more. It's super tempting to try and get like a battleship built, but at this point I think I just need to take this big fleet. I need to put it through Vite, and I need to slap them around until they ask me to stop. Yeah, anyways, I try not to do, like, so the Twitch stream, despite my best efforts at being boring like I am right now, seems to see a certain level of growth. YouTube saw a rather surprising growth spurt, largely because of Cultist Simulator, so I'm obviously very happy about that. But the blog, like, when someone I know with a large following retweets it, it does well, but it doesn't seem to have gotten any kind of a pulse on its own. So if I sound somewhat naggy in terms of reading it, that's largely where it's coming from. It's to try and give it the best chance it can to catch on. But honestly, if my writing isn't enough to sort of sustain an audience, it's probably better that I just put my efforts towards something that provides a little more entertainment. This is a hard decision. I feel like civilian industries are still the way to go here because it is my industrial world. Do I have slaves? None that I can obviously see. I am a little short on housing, but not enough for me to be too panicky. So in this case, I think I am going to continue to invest in the civilian industries. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, obviously, like, you know, it's hard to say people with large readership or viewership don't deserve it at all. Like, you know, clearly there is some degree of luck. You know, as with movies or whatever, like, you know, I can remember really struggling to try and answer these earnest questions people had of, like, you know, how do you break in? How did you get into camera? And, like, I really wanted to do my best to answer that honestly, because it's the question I would want to know the answer to if I was going into it. But I didn't have an easy answer for it. I didn't have a good answer for it. So I tried to be as honest as I could in terms of how I got to where I was. But yeah, part of it is just luck and sort of the opportunities you get. So that's why I try not to get too discouraged about it. But it is definitely at one of these points where I think very few people are going to tell you, point blank, you know, this works for me, this doesn't, that kind of thing. So you kind of have to work with the revealed preference and try and navigate as best as you can. I have no idea how long that wasn't active, and we'll also go to the tech relics and okay, I can't reverse engineer for next little while. Anyways, I have overstayed my welcome. What's going to happen next? I'm very slowly going to fill in sort of my little gaps across my territory. This was an unexpected but delightful acquisition. Well, rather this one. Because effectively what I've done by taking Biram, or Bihiram, or whatever, I have locked off sort of this arm for myself. The only thing that they sort of get to claim is Talon, and even then, if I wanted, I could take that for myself. The question is whether or not that 4 energy is really worth it, and in this case, I don't think it is. So, having claimed this, essentially, my sort of de facto control is everything around here, everything here, obviously these little gaps, and then the rest of this arm. I'm going to be next door to an opponent who had, I mean, they're still superior, but they used to have a superior fleet strength to me. They're sitting on 21 worlds. I'm sitting on 13, but of course I've allowed myself, if I just go by green worlds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I could get myself up to 8. So I could actually get myself up to 21. No, hang on. I don't have control of that system. So I can actually exceed that number once the terraforming's done, but I'll be matching it with my existing holdings. Now, obviously, getting up to like 900 pops, that's going to be harder. I have no idea how they pulled that off. But as far as sort of like muscle, we're going to have a pretty good time of it with them. Now, what? How the hell did that just happen?
Вот, Чипов.
Something kind of funny going on here. But I like it. I don't know if there was just some like sudden catastrophe in terms of like the strength of everyone. I think what I am actually going to do, just so I can lock this in, I'm going to demand the vassalization right now. Oh, do I want to do that? No, I'm going to make that decision tomorrow. Anyways, so in terms of setting ourselves up, we didn't necessarily gain a whole lot in terms of resources, but we have secured essentially sort of 2 arms of the galaxy. We now have the ability to vassalize the Estani Trade Union. The nice thing about them is, other than the Pelesemus Watchers, which are obviously a fallen empire, there aren't any sort of immediate threats. It is a little concerning that the Visari have this gateway. But if this is the point that I need to worry about defending against them from, I can live with that. Basically, being able to get a vassal, this was always been the plan with the Estini, or the Estani. Once I take care of them, I can probably try and tear up whatever I can of the Andagon nation to sort of secure my position. And at that point, we kind of need to see where the board's at. Like I said, there's sort of the entente of the Zathorians, the Sondathians, and the Akano. But apparently... No, that's more like it. It's like, wait a minute, these guys were and still are overwhelming, so... So now I want to know who I was looking at as to who counted as pathetic. Anyways, I am probably going to wind up not getting any sleep tonight because of this extended time. Basically, while I still have some concerns in the sense that there are overwhelming and superior fleets and they are all sort of allied with each other, I've been able to close that military gap. The biggest concern that I would have would probably be the Sondathian, who clearly have not been taking up as much space as me, and so as a result seem to have a little bit of a technological edge. But even then, I do plan on expanding out Kabji. Actually, I'll worry about that later, but turning some of these worlds into alpine worlds, getting some more research stations set up and things like that. I have a feeling that we're going to be able to close that gap over time. But of course, the fact that I am not the friendliest species is probably also going to mean that it's going to be an uphill battle in terms of getting the tech. The good news is that while a number of these species, or at least, actually, maybe it's only 2. Let's double check. So they're at 2367 or 2189. Yeah, it's been about 500, but I feel like they're still opening the gap. The Visari are actually kind of catching up to me in terms of tech, so I kind of want to protect myself on that flank. But yeah, so I think probably the next few rounds, building battleships to strike fear in the hearts of my enemies, get a vassal or a tributary, invest in Kabji for my tech, and I am also going to need to find other purposes for some of these other worlds. So there's nothing to say that I can't make more science worlds on all these other planets that I can colonize, but obviously the frontier sector is too big. I need to start imposing a little bit more order in terms of my sectors and such. But overall, I think beyond the really broad sprawl, I think we've actually managed to defang the worst of the situation we found ourselves in. If you'll remember a few weeks ago, I was worried about the Zathorians, the Sundathians. I was trying to be friendly with the Akano, and I didn't know the Visari existed. I'm at the point now where I want to eat the Angaj, and I'm ready to vassalize the Estani, and essentially sort of the sides of my empire are going to be entirely focused on sort of claiming my territory. And particularly now that I've got these higher level bases, I can actually start considering things like building a hard base on Bihiram and like filling it with defensive platforms, and then doing the same for Ofang depending on who the neighbor becomes. Like essentially, I can actually start thinking of putting down some like permanent locations that will lock down people's movement within my borders. Last thing that I need to consider, of course, is how we're going to deal with the nanotech. But if it truly is like 334 stacks sitting in the L gate, even my best fleet is not going to be able to take that on. So that will be something to deal with in the future. Anyways, you've all been very patient with me. I am past 4 hours. I am looking forward to trying to vassalize those guys. But for now, let's find someone to host. It has been a while since I have said hi to Shand. So he is doing the Midnight Society. Usually that involves him playing very unknown and games of dubious quality. But he's a fun guy to watch. So whether or not you use the system talk message, I'm going to be leaving you in his capable hands. As far as me, I'm going to be recording an Elder Scrolls episode upon hitting the stop streaming button. It'll probably be a short episode given the hour. If you like watching that, that will be online tomorrow evening. Wednesday, we're back to Cultist Simulator. And then Friday, I haven't figured out what we're playing yet. And if I can, Thursday, it would be lovely if I can get a Surviving Mars episode in, but no promises. So until next time, have a good evening.